Give me just a second. Oh, I see. Okay. Okay. Sorry about that. Can everybody see my screen now?
Yes.
Okay.
Maybe make it slightly bigger.
Okay. How about that?
That's good.
I'll go back one. All right. So are we ready to get started?
I think so.
Okay. Well, just wanted to say good morning. Welcome, everyone. I'm glad we had so many people come on early for just some informal chat and hellos. I introduced myself already, but I wanted to introduce myself again. I'm Kendall Kuhneman. For the past 2 years, I've been the GLREA board president. Unfortunately, I haven't been able to see and meet a lot of you in person as we've been holding these annual meetings via Zoom, but hopefully next year we'll get to see each other in person again. So this is our agenda, and I'm going to let John review it, and then we can get started with the program.
Sounds wonderful. Thank you so much, Kendall. Again, I want to welcome everybody to the 2022, annual year-end year begin meeting. We do this every year as a way of celebrating the work we've done in 2022 and kind of set the stage for the work in 2023. And all of you should have received a copy of this agenda. It's about 5 pages because we had probably the most sponsors from business members than we've ever had. So all of their logos are on pages 3, 4, and I think probably 5. And so I absolutely want to thank all of our business sponsors. And I also want to thank some individual sponsors as well. I want to thank Mark and Nancy Clevey, William Hickey, Tom Stanton, and Lee Andre, all of whom are great members and exceptionally supportive of the work we're doing. And I just want to thank them. We are calling this meeting Accelerating the Transition to Renewable Energy. And I actually came up with this theme even prior to the election on November, which I'll mention in a second. But I mentioned the accelerating the transition because we have seen a tremendous growth in conversation about the need to address climate change and the need to transition from fossil fuels to renewable energy. We're seeing this in Michigan through the governor's Michigan Healthy Climate Plan. We're seeing this at the national level with President Biden passing the infrastructure bill and then the most recent Inflation Reduction Act in August. We're seeing this at the international level with the need to address climate change and the commitments by different countries to try and do their part in addressing this worldwide issue. And so I really think, as the first few paragraphs of the agenda, I really think we're at the precipice of really turning the corner and seeing a tremendous growth in expansion of renewable energy, wind, solar, and geothermal. And so that is what this agenda is about, is focusing on what we can do as an organization to help support this acceleration and help support the turning of the corner. And so we have an agenda, which I think is a great agenda. The meeting runs to 3 o'clock, so I know it's a long day. People should feel free to duck out, obviously, to use the restroom or to grab a bite to eat. But the key thing is to go on mute when you're not speaking or ask a question so that we don't interrupt the flow of the conversation. The first panel, starting in about a minute, is the current state of renewable energy in Michigan. Marshall Clayball will be moderating it. We have Douglas Jester, one of the great minds of renewable energy in Michigan with 5 Lakes Energy. Then we wanted to have the point of view of a business owner, Dave Friedrichs. Patrick O'Boyle with Michigan Saves will talk about the current state of lending for renewable energy and energy efficiency. Alan Waller, it represents the geothermal industry, and we are very much in support of geothermal energy as well. And Alan will give us a short summary about how he sees the geothermal industry moving forward. And then the second session at 11:10 is on the core program activities that GLREA is involved with. This will be moderated by Melanie McCoy, a GLREA board member, former president. We're going to talk about solar stories. We're going to talk about the new guidebook we're putting together to help local communities gear up for supporting solar. We're going to talk about the GLREA Solarize program by Megan that we have borrowed and working with Julie Roth of Ann Arbor. And then, of course, we're going to talk about our regulatory work. And we've had a major win in the last 2 or 3 weeks, with John Richter and Rob Rafson will talk about. And then the legislative work. I mentioned at the outset that this theme came up prior to the election. And the reason why the election is so important is that we have been unable for the last 4 years to move new policies through the legislature because, frankly, we've had a couple of chairs, Republican chairs of the House and Senate Energy Committees that absolutely refuse to schedule a vote on some of these bills, which in fact have bipartisan support. So now that the Democrats have taken control of the House and Senate, we think our chances of removing the 1% cap and moving community solar are the best we've had in years. So this is going to be a major priority in 2023. At 12:10, we're going to talk about some internal matters with the organization, kind of a year in review, the financial report, planning for 2023. I'm going to talk a little bit about a membership drive in 2023. And then we have at 1 o'clock, we have a keynote address with Professor Mark Jacobson. He has been for the last several years advocating how there's absolutely no reason why we cannot transition from fossil fuels to renewable energy. And he literally has laid out a plan for each state to be able to accomplish this. And so even though he's only got about a half hour to spend with us, I think it's going to be really interesting to hear what he has to share. And then finally, at 1:30, we have awards led by Mark Clevey and Galen Hardy. We do this every year to honor and to thank certain folks for contributing a lot to this effort and this movement. And then finally at 2:10, we're having kind of another round on the Inflation Reduction Act. This is so important because there's so many incentives within this new piece of federal legislation that should really help us move and expand renewable energy in 2023 and the years beyond. One obviously key component of this is the fact that the investment tax credit has been put back up to 30% for the next 10 years. And so this provides a tremendous financial incentive for homeowners to be able to invest in solar and geothermal energy. So that is our agenda. And of course, we're going to do election results as well by John Sarver and Melanie McCoy at the very end for the board of directors. So that is our agenda. We want everyone to feel free to ask questions at the end of various sessions, and so feel free. So I'm going to turn it over right now to Marshall Claybaugh, GLREA board member, and he's going to be our moderator for our first session. Take it away, Marshall.
Yeah, thanks, John, and good morning, everyone. Thanks for organizing, John. This is always a highlight of the year, getting all of us together. Zoom has worked, but I do like getting in person. I've had a lot of fun in-person meetings, but I would say, to start out, the State of the Union is strong in Michigan. As John highlighted, we have a historic opportunity ahead of us, flipping the House, the Senate, and the governor's office, all Democratic leadership. We know utilities have a big influence on our legislature, but the opportunities ahead of us are unique and really poised to keep Michigan growing in renewable energy. So per Lieutenant Governor Gilchrist, Michigan's been ranked #1 in the nation for clean energy job growth and is leading the future of clean manufacturing. So through investments of GM, a lot of federal dollars, Michigan's building plants here, creating jobs, creating really the tools and technologies needed to transition. We've added over 6,300 new clean energy workers in the last year alone to increase our total clean jobs workforce to nearly 120,000 strong. So that's really leading the nation. And then you look at A2Zero. We already heard from Julie a little bit, but they're leading the charge toward carbon neutrality, taking on utility monopoly along the way. Really, you look no further than Ann Arbor for inspiration on what can be done. So very excited to be leading this panel today. We have some of the foremost experts in our state and around the nation. Starting off, all of our panelists, talk about your work, kind of how it contributes to Michigan, and then we'll have a couple questions queued up, and we can take some from the crowd as well to help facilitate. So feel free to pose your questions in the chat. I'll be scrolling through those. But started off, someone I definitely look up to in this space. Very thankful for your work, Mr. Douglas Jester. How are you doing today? And take it away.
Good morning, Marshall. Thanks. I appreciate the opportunity to join everybody today. So this is a really interesting time. All of the factors already mentioned, plus just the continuing improvement in solar technology, driving down costs and enabling greater usage. So I think everyone knows this, but Michigan has a renewable energy standard of 15% by 2021. And that's in energy terms for each utility. There are some time lags in how credits are counted and so on, but we're there. And that is no longer driving new renewables. We have a requirement that utilities have voluntary green pricing programs, and those are really attracting a fair amount of enrollment. The interesting thing that is developed now that we shouldn't neglect is that it now saves you money to participate in the voluntary green pricing program as compared to the Brown Power program. It's not very much savings. It's a few cents a month for a typical residential participant, but
Took out chocolate cake, and you said that?
We are there in terms of cost competitiveness. And then the economics of renewables are such that utilities, when they do an honest analysis in an integrated resource plan or something like that, always find that the most valuable or lowest net cost resource is solar. And that is driving additional investment into renewables. So all of the signs are good, and yet we have some challenges. And I just want to quickly enumerate them because this is where most of us will be doing our work the next few years. One already mentioned is that the terms of trade for distributed generation for utility customers to have behind the meter solar are now ambiguous. We had a requirement that utilities offer a distributed generation program under specified rules up to a cap of 1%. I want to make sure everybody's clear on the definition of that. That's the ratio of nameplate alternating current capacity of the accumulated installed solar systems to the utility's annual maximum demand, the sales at the peak of the year. In energy terms, that's really only about 0.3%, not 1%. So it's a tiny obligation, and most utilities are there, and several utilities are beyond it. They have been pushed to voluntarily increase the cap, both politically and in the regulatory process, where settlements of cases have included, those capacity increases. But that process, leaves the future uncertain, and that's where we need the legislation that John mentioned. But we really could use clear rules of the road going forward, and very importantly, fair rules of the road going forward for distributed generation. On the utility scale renewable side, we really have two barriers, well, three. One is utilities generally don't add new generation capacity unless they need it. Need means they have an annual peak capacity requirement, and they need to have enough power at that time. If they don't have a need, then they generally don't add resources. And we have a lot of old power plants still in operation that we need to get out of the way. And the planning processes are generally accomplishing that, but the utilities always want money out of the deal. And that makes it difficult sometimes to deal with the objections of parties that are principally concerned with rates, a justifiable concern. So that is something that we continue to contend with. The second thing is siting. For various reasons, the utilities are acquiring renewables largely through competitive bidding, where the terms to participate in the bid argue for a developer to do a large project. And large projects are increasingly difficult to get approval from the host community. So that is leading to challenges for both solar and virtually have stopped development of wind in Michigan. And if we don't solve the siting problem in one way or another, we're simply not going to be able to make the progress on renewables that we all desire. There are several reasons for that, and we can talk about those later, but I want to point out that smaller scale solar can achieve the level of solar that utilities are currently planning if we change the procurement practices so that those can go forward. Now, by smaller scale, I don't exclusively mean behind the meter. For example, consumers could meet their entire solar objective of 6 gigawatts with 5 megawatt projects, 1 per substation, which generally would fit on the property of a single owner. So that is a different way of thinking about this than the utilities have been engaging in, and we need to help them to think differently. So that's one of the barriers. The other is really wonky, but Mark Jacobson will really talk about this some, I'm sure. We all want reliable power. We have to have enough power at any given time to meet the demand, or ways of shifting that demand. And that generally is referred to as resource adequacy. Resource adequacy standards are set by the regional transmission organizations. For most of Michigan, that's MISO, the Mid-Continent Independent System Operator. And it's a set of rules for how much capacity each utility needs to have control of, and how capacity is accredited for various kinds of generation resources. And the resource adequacy rules are very much in flux. They're in the process of implementing seasonal as opposed to annual resource adequacy standards now, and reviewing the accreditation. So there's a great deal of uncertainty about how much wind and solar will be counted toward resource adequacy. And that could throw a wrench in the works. So those are the things that we all have to work on. But those are all solvable problems, particularly now that we are clearly winning on economic grounds. There's no cheaper way to produce power now than renewables. And I do believe that ultimately economics win. So I'm going to stop there, and we'll deal with other issues in questions. Thanks for the opportunity to comment.
Yeah, thanks as always, Douglas. There's the barriers are solvable, as you said. So I look forward to working with everyone in this room. One of those, companies that is really doing the work you see all over Michigan, Homeland Solar. Really happy to have Dave here, Dave Fredericks. If you can take it away, talk about what you've seen in Michigan on the ground installing solar. Love if you can highlight some maybe work or barriers in inner cities, really making sure that everyone's benefiting from the renewable energy transition. But thanks for being here, and look forward to taking it away.
Thanks, Marshall, and welcome. Good to see everyone. And it's quite a challenge to be in such a expanding, growing business. This will start our 15th year. Alternative solar really coming out of the 2008 laws, the rules that started us off and made solar realize its potential. From installation, we're blessed in a sense because we're right here in Washtenaw County, located in Ann Arbor, warehouse here, getting up toward a couple of dozen people working with us, and we can't quite keep up, but there's important priorities that we all want to focus on, and that we may be blessed here, but it's going to take an enormous effort. What's happening in Washtenaw County or in our one city could be replicated in every county multiple times, really, to achieve what's going to be needed over these next couple of decades. So in terms of priorities, you think of them as more people in the business. We've basically brought our employees, we sign them, every one of them up that we can for as an apprentice electrician, and then they can begin a trade program in addition to developing the responsibilities that we hope will merge and build toward management and leadership and bringing on others as we continue to try to grow. So it's people, it's really the policies. You heard Julie, if those that came early, speak about Ann Arbor, and Ann Arbor is just exemplary. And the policies that have been worked on here, building officials, fire department, contractors, and city personnel, developing the sustainability department, and then ensuring that it has a great budget by the millage that's passed now to lock it in and give it its wheels for the next decades is just the kind of thing that it needs to happen elsewhere. So the third thing I think is real, I want to spend some time on those policies and share so that everyone has them. And through GLREA, I've sent what I'll share to John, and he'll be able to make them available to anyone. I'm not sure how, and we can send them out, but some of the things that we think are quite helpful. But finally, it's the macro infrastructure that does need to realize the potential of Michigan. And there's macro efforts. Some are acquainted with how we're trying to bring manufacturing to Michigan back, and you have Centropolis up at Lawrence Tech, and the efforts to realize that Michigan has just a phenomenal location and geography for the balance of this century and beyond. And with a few key infrastructure investments, we can help to shift the supply chain out the way that we need to, so that you end up with, by shifting the supply chain and you be bringing in the manufacturing, not only would the extra 10% that might be possible in terms of domestic content come out of Michigan more, but we'd also, just have the lower prices that happen when you have a supply chain, when you don't have the supply chain problems that have confronted us over the past pandemic period here. So let me look at, I want to look at what Ann Arbor accomplished and share that information, because if replicated elsewhere, it can be just what we need to have across the state and can solve a lot of problems. The first thing is that they have an expedited permit application. And let me see if I can share this. It should be open here. Let's see. Well, let me let's see if what I've got. This is one item that that Ann Arbor developed with its fire department, with its building officials, and by consultation with contractors. And whether it's Dearborn or it's another any other jurisdiction, there's a need to be sure that there's access for fire folks, and you need to modify and interpret and find exemptions from rules that are on the books that make it difficult. If we go outside of Ann Arbor itself, many townships will prevent us and have hundreds of dollars in additional fees and delays of not just days, but weeks, and require third-party work that slows everything down. And that's what a business doesn't want, to be slowed down and have extra costs, and it's not good for the homeowners either. So you have in this particular production from Ann Arbor, the guidelines for rooftop installations, and these modify and allow exceptions and exemptions to be processed, and for permitting to be expedited. So I want this just to be folks to be aware of it. It's only really about 6 or 7 slides, but it can be helpful to inspectors who just aren't familiar with anything but the standard codes, and they wouldn't know how to make up new codes, and you don't want them to have to reinvent the wheel to if they wish to promote and solarize, expedite the way that Ann Arbor has. So this one is one that John's has, and will be sure is available. I want to look at, this is a second one, is the actual fees applications, but I want to see if I can pick up the application. Here's the key to Ann Arbor's permit processing. This one would be available again. We'll have it through GLREA, but you notice it's an expedited permit process, and it does refer only to residential, but it sets forth a criteria that if, as a licensed contractor, you go through this eligibility checklist and you can answer yes to these things, and solar makes it quite possible to do so, you end up with qualifying for fee reductions or even fee waivers, and you end up with a quick permit that you actually waive. In the case of most houses, that you waive the building permit, and you end up just with an electrical permit. Those that do solar know that building inspectors don't ever climb on roofs anyway. So if a licensed contractor can certify, there are 17 questions here, any of which could require an attachment or additional work. But when you can bypass the building permit and just do electrical, it definitely does expedite. So this is an actual one that will be available. We end up with a site plan and that we would insert here. You'll see how it's quite detailed, but there isn't any reason that something like this couldn't be considered, brought into building officials in any place in the state and become a standard elsewhere. So it's great to have the advantage of that locally also. Let me see what else what happens when you, there is some guidelines for fees, but fees are determined by locally. So this page is a list of the fees as set for Ann Arbor. And you'll see in this one pager, equally available, that that costs are not based on a per panel, but they're based on they're reasonably priced. And not only do you have and you see the ability to waive fees if the criteria for the expedited application are met. You get to commercial projects here, and you can see that commercial fees cap out. I think the cap on even the largest commercial projects is $900 within Ann Arbor. And we've done large, a couple of hundred kilowatts projects that have that kind of reasonable fee. Whereas if we step out in Pittsfield Township, instead of $400 for several hundred panels, a commercial place might find that they have to pay $7,000 for the permit. So it's critical to come up with even a fee structure and to make it makes sense in terms of new energy, of what's possible. So this is a list of the fees that I want to be sure is shared as well. Let's see, this is the expedited permit.
Oh, okay.
Let's this is an overview of, of our goal is really to make permits for solar simpler and standard across the state and beyond. So this write-up kind of explains the rationale, and that's going to be something John can pass out and GLREA can have available. Let's see. The last is, this is one that's specific to fire codes. One of the difficult things is as that building, as the Ann Arbor guidelines showed about placement, when you've got the south facing, you need the south facing orientation. And if you're restricted by having to have 3-foot access routes on both sides, and you have a small roof surface available to you, it's just not, solar is prevented. And yet so you've got to, that's why the guidelines in that little PDF from the city are quite important and could be very helpful to building officials elsewhere. And this is an indication of where the legacy issues and where we need to be able to change are found in the Michigan Residential Code. And the value of this particular memo is that it points up not only that there is flexibility within the Michigan Code, if we scroll down a bit on this, but that the Ohio Code has inserted in their state code these specific setbacks that allow solar to be placed better. But here you see the highlighted on this page, it's just a one pager, that the Michigan code, they're saying the setback requirements are not required if the local code official has determined that alternative ventilation methods suffice. So that's what's happened in Ann Arbor. And this is one of the reasons that we have an advantage being located here and able to serve such a great community. So I'll stop there, perhaps respond to questions if there are some, and give time to others on this panel to chime in. Infrastructure wise, Michigan's just got all the advantages that we need. I'm a big promoter of what Centropolis is doing in terms of aiming to bring Michigan manufacturing to Michigan. I think truthfully, we can be a continental gateway. I'm a proponent of freight rail improvements and freight as well as rail improvements. Some may have heard how Amtrak is hoping to have passenger rail, but it's freight rail that if we do what was done between Detroit and Windsor, what was done in 1995 in Sarnia, Port Huron, we'll have a freight tunnel that can stack 2 containers on it, double stack containers. And that tunnel right now might be taken over by Amtrak is owned exclusively by CP, Canadian Pacific. And Canadian Pacific is in the merger process with a $31 billion merger with Kansas City Southern, which goes all the way down into Mexico. So right through Detroit, Windsor, if we build a double stacked freight tunnel, we'll go all the way to Vancouver, all the way to Halifax and Montreal just by crossing the river. So to me, it's a double stacked freight tunnel. Detroit, Windsor is the one key to helping Centropolis realize and bring to Michigan everything, and to bring all these battery factories and bringing them online and making Michigan capable of realizing the fantastic future that it has. Instead of losing half a dozen congressional representatives over the past 40, 50 years, which has been the story of Michigan, going from 19 congressional reps down to 13, I think we'll go in the other direction as long as we can get the infrastructure done. Okay, Marshall, back to you.
All right, thank you, Dave. That's also important. And as Jan mentioned in the chat, the state building codes are now open. So it is the time to make these proposals. We have the legislature to do it. You got to make it easier to do it. Andrew Brisboe is now leading that department. He's very receptive to clean energy. So encourage you to reach out to your state representative, although they are dwindling, as Dave pointed out. But also to Andrew Brisboe. He's open and willing to have these conversations. So next on our panel, really excited to have, really, as we know the technology here, we know the people here, and we know that Michigan has the conditions to make all these things work. We need the financing. And so Michigan Saves has served as a green bank, a national model that the current administration is looking towards. And I know Pat O'Boyle, who will be speaking next, has been very busy making sure that Michiganders are aligned with financing and reputable installers such as Homeland and others in the room today. So Pat, good to hear from you. We got to get together, but glad to see you on Zoom. Take it away.
Thanks, Marshall. So it's good to see everybody and see a lot of familiar names on here. So I appreciate that. I'm going to go Michigan Save centric at first, and then we can kind of talk about other things after if we have questions that come up. I have a quick little PowerPoint that we've used, and it's really cool actually to see. I'm going to share it now, but I had Todd Parker from my team give me some updated numbers this morning, actually. And the amount that we have done since this was updated in February is pretty astonishing to me because I don't get to see the numbers as often as I'd like. So Michigan Saves, as Marshall mentioned, nonprofit green bank. We are able to lend through our lending partners for energy efficiency and renewable energy improvements. And I think that's something that we somewhat skip over in these meetings, is that energy efficiency can be done first to then reduce how much energy you're using. Then you work with Dave or someone with solar to then get back to the renewable energy. Loan loss reserve is how we operate. It sits behind the funds that our credit union partners or our commercial lenders lend their money behind. That big number at the bottom is I'm very happy to report that our current loans only within the state of Michigan for renewable energy or energy efficiency improvements we're now at about 444 million, and will probably be to $500 million somewhere between February and April of 2023. Which is a huge milestone for all of us in Michigan. Here's kind of, I threw this together. This is the kind of the nuts and bolts of what people want to know. This is the residential program first, and then my bottom bullet point hits on our new commercial program. Unsecured up to $100,000 for residential. We currently are still as low as 4.99%, which is unheard of for an unsecured loan in this rate market. As of yesterday, 30-year mortgage we're about 6.3%. Most of our loans right now are hovering right around 6. Terms are 1 year per $1,000. I'll show some monthly payments here in a little bit. We have 6 residential lenders, and we have 3 main commercial lending partners. True Community, which is based in Jackson, currently came on for our commercial program. We've been kind of slow rolling it out, but it's up to $250,000, and they're offering 15-year terms on commercial or business loans, that's the first we've had a loan term of that length. This is the crazy one that we just updated this morning. We've gone up almost 20% of total loan portfolio in solar since these numbers were updated in January. So we were just over 30 million on residential, and we are now over 40, which is, I'm super proud of our team and all of our contractors for making that happen. That's a big jump when you're talking a program that's been around for 10 years, and now we're talking 8 months later. So I think that kind of speaks to the state of renewable energy in Michigan. Batteries. This number was sub 100 in February, so we're seeing it, and this is just battery systems. This isn't batteries plus solar. This is just standalone batteries, so that should be noted here. I think that 18,000 number is pretty interesting. It's in this stuff is just so quickly evolving. It's really cool. 3 years ago, I don't know that we had more than 10 battery systems combined over the years. Here's what the residents want to see, or the buyer wants to see. And actually, I see Emily from Chart House. I owe her an equation like this afternoon, hopefully. But this is what the customer would see if one of our Michigan Saves contractors were to reach out to them and use these numbers. So we do have the ability to re-amortize a residential loan. So we've seen it. It's actually, the Attorney General is looking into some of this, where there's finance options out there that have a 70-30 arm, and that allows for you to finance 70% of your solar project for 20 or 25 years or 15 years even, at 70% of loan value, and then an arm that has an 18-month window at 30% of the value. So you have a $70,000 loan and a $30,000 loan. If you don't pay off that $30,000 loan in the 18 months in which you're given, you're penalized on the full amount of that loan. We don't have that. We have a different option where you're able to just take the loan for the full amount. If you choose to, at any time in which you have that loan, you can drop a lump sum payment direct to principal and recalculate out the monthly payments from there forward. So it gives the borrower, the homeowner, maximum flexibility of if they want to use their federal tax credits, if they are able, or if they're eligible for them, and when they want to do that. Totally flexible. So this shows that number if you break that down. And I think that's about all for my Michigan Saves side of this. I would ask everybody on here that's willing, because for renewable especially, getting the homeowner or resident educated, and Ann Arbor and Julie's been great about this, is of what you are buying, what you're going to be eligible for, what the system is going to produce. And that's why at least that's why I'm on this call today, is to help with that. So anybody willing to share their contact information, their business information in the chat with everybody, I'll do it as soon as I'm done with this, but use the resources that are available to you. Reach out to John Freeman. If you have a question as a homeowner, as a business owner, use the resources that you have available to you to make an educated decision in any of this. So thanks again, Marshall, and everybody else that's here today. Look forward to hearing more.
All right, great work, Pat. Always appreciate Michigan Saves and really getting this expanded. I know you guys are doing good work. So last on the panel, before we jump into some questions rolling in, we have kind of the untapped potential. Always happy to have Alan Waller speak on geothermal. Michigan really poses a unique opportunity to kind of lead the nation in geothermal amongst everything else. So, Alan, I know you are staying busy, and how can we get involved with geothermal?
Well, thank you for the introduction, and greatly appreciate you having me present today on geothermal heat pumps. The territory manager of the state of Michigan here for Water Furnace International out of Fort Wayne, Indiana. And things are really going strong in the geothermal industry. We're getting much support, added support through the Inflation Reduction Act, similar to some of the solar rebates and so forth that were extended, but also they extended the commercial credits likewise, and expanded those in many directions where commercial business could get 30–40% tax credit, depending on some of the requirements that are there. And they are quite confusion, actually. There's quite a bit of confusion there. And the Geo Exchange organization has reached out to the Senate committee trying to justify and clarify some of the rulings they have. But also some of the things and incentives and the growth that we're going to see is that with the Inflation Reduction Act, they're going to provide architect engineers a fee of per square footage of a commercial space. So let's say they design a 200,000 square foot facility and they incorporate geothermal as part of the energy savings and so forth in place. They can get up to $250 a square foot type of a fee reimbursed to them for designing that job. So we're going to see a great, tremendous growth, I think, being spec'd and drawn into the future plans of commercial buildings and so forth. Another great incentives, the co-op electric companies throughout the state. There's quite a few of them. I have 6 in the lower state, and I think there's 3 across the upper peninsula. And majority of them are offering incentives and rebates to install geothermal, where they're offering up to $2,500 to put the loop in the ground, $1,500 for the unit, another $500 for the hot water generator, which provides pretty much supplements their hot water probably 70–80% of the time. And another essential great energy saver for them. DTE, and they're involved with the Electric Power Research Institute, and they call themselves the Heat Pump Working Council, and they're approaching Michigan Public Service Commission right now. Reason being is Michigan is the largest use of LP propane gas, residential use, in all the 50 states. And there's a huge incentive there to, transfer and move that source of heating and fuel source to a non-carbon and less pollutive type gas. I mean, it takes so much to transport and produce propane and transport and just all the overhead along with it, from the trucks and the maintenance and the insurance and everything along with it. So geothermal really fits the bill, but there's been a federal law in place preventing us from doing fuel switching. So they're approaching the Public Service Commission to help provide reduced rates to go target 100,000. DTE now is targeting 100,000. They estimate 100,000 of their customers in their area are using propane, electric, resistant heat, or even oil, or fuel oil. So they want to approach Michigan Public Service, get some special rates plans in place, maybe some rebates to start hopefully upgrading and switching these fuel sources over to all electric. And if that happens, we're going to hopefully see Consumers Energy join, AEP down here in the southwest corner. And then I do have one of my electric co-ops here, Midwest Electric out of Cassopolis, Southwest Michigan. They're the only co-op that did not continue on with the rebates and incentives for geothermal and heat pumps and heating, air, lights, and all that other. And they've been concentrating on fiber optics in their territory. So I had an appointment in there 2 weeks ago and presented to them, and just had I think a really good opportunity to get them back on board and presenting and promoting, marketing, and helping growing that part of their industry, because one, it does reduce peak demand. Geothermal reduces 0.6 kilowatts per ton of air conditioning, and that starts adding up. And 350 homes could probably reduce one megawatt, tell you the truth. So it's almost like them having their own little power plant there. And it also balances out the electric use during the winter months. So which then provides them added revenue and long-term electric customers. So all in all, the logistics in Michigan are very, very strong for geothermal. Ann Arbor's got some projects going on with Viridian at Country Farms. It's going to be an all-community geothermal, all-electric community. Going to have residential and commercial applications in this group. I'm seeing more and more of that. I have one over in St. Joseph area, Southwest Michigan. There's about 24 homes. It's all geothermal. Up in Traverse City area has been another great asset of promotion and growing the geothermal market. But all in all, the industry is strong. I'm sorry to say we're about 10 weeks out on delivery and shipments, and it's been a real battle on the supply chain issues that we've experienced over the last 2 years. We used to be a 3-day ship at one point. We're about a 10-week ship right now. Commercial could be out 14 to 16 weeks. So that's been frustrating when you have a no heat situation or a customer that's, changing out a unit type of deal. And we are trying our best to accommodate those customers. All in all, things like Michigan Saves helps my dealers and promoting the geothermal market also. Gosh, the financing there, like you say, it's a national phenomenal that we have that here in the state of Michigan to offer that type of financing. So yes, that has helped me tremendously grow my industry and geothermal here in Michigan. So again, I want to thank you guys for having me part of the group. Enjoyed being part of the board and looking forward to helping grow as we move along. So thank you again for having me.
All right, excellent work as always, Alan. Always love the geothermal update. Doesn't get as much love in the renewable energy space, but I think it's very important. So we got a bunch of questions rolling in. We only got about 10 minutes. We're not going to get them all, but a couple. The first one here we got from Lauren. Any roadmaps? This is for any of the panelists. Can feel free to step in. Any roadmaps to build the workforce for our renewable energy future? Electricians, geothermal, insulation, ceiling, solar, wind, pumped hydro. I think this is a really important question. We always talk about jobs, needing jobs. This might be a question for our lead speaker later, Mark Jacobson, but any of the panelists have any insight on this?
Well, let me speak to it, because I think we need to build crews and have internship programs, on the job training programs. And this is a good year coming up to actually, for Homeland at least, to try to envision implementation of that. So much is subscribed out. There's quite a bit, there's a lot of work. And if we can bring in interns and register them as apprentice electricians, even, they get good skill, and that's what it's going to take.
They're showing on some of the tax credits for the IRA that they have to meet apprenticeship programs and also prevailing wages in order to take some of the bonus tax credits that are available to installing some of the energy efficiency measures. I noticed that. So, and also on my end on training, which it's been phenomenal the last 2 years. I've had 3 different training classes, 3-day courses, and I've had over 25, I've overbooked my classes, 25 to 27 students at each level of training. And that's phenomenal to see that much interest and opportunity of these younger guys. Because I ask them before every training class, how long they've been in here, what's their, what's their industry, or how long they've been involved with us. And they're all just young 1-year to 2-year guys that are really wanting to expand in our industry. So that, yes, we definitely need more apprenticeship programs for sure.
Excellent. And so I'm going to post the next question in the chat here. But in the work for Ann Arbor and Traverse City, this is for Douglas, is 5 Lakes already working on full public participation for energy's futures planning, specifically helping to use GIS mapping capabilities from national labs? Really that public participation it's hard to get, but an important piece of the puzzle.
So in both cases, the real responsibility for public engagement is with the community sponsor, the City of Ann Arbor and Traverse City Light and Power. We're early days in the Ann Arbor work, and I'm sure at some point we'll be doing, presentations of our analyses, and the city will be getting, public review and comment on that. Traverse City, we've already done 3 open houses. Kind of a science fair setup, if you will, multiple tables on different topics. People can come in, and participation's been pretty good. There will be 2 more, and then as we start doing the integrated resource planning modeling, there'll be more of a modeling workshop that'll be open to anybody that wants to join. In the tasks that we're doing, they're mostly economic analyses and projections. So it's more about data graphics than mapping, but there are some mapping elements, and we are using GIS for those. Most of that is around solar potential, and then in the Ann Arbor case, the utility assets that would need to be acquired in the event of them choosing to go the municipalization route.
Excellent. And then this one's kind of pointed towards Pat, but Connecticut Green Bank is already offering green notes for equity crowd investing all the way down to $100 investments. This can work like CDs, really helping to help people put their IRA funds or other investment funds into small scale projects.
Oops, you muted.
Oh, I'm muted. This one's for Pat. Connecticut Green Bank is already offering green notes for crowd equity investing. This can really help investments down to $100, things like energy efficient retrofits, helping people put their IRA funds into, small scale projects, as Michigan State is looking into opening up things like that.
That is a good question for me, and I would defer it to my guy Eli that is not with us today. We actually have our Director of Clean Energy Financing that is probably half of his job is looking into everything Michigan Saves can participate in with the IRA. He kind of gives me my cliff notes once a week or so, but I would direct that. That's, again, use the resources available to you. I'm happy to follow up if individuals have questions like that, Marshall, with Eli's contact information, or it can route through me and I can get you the right answer. It's so fluid of what's happening with that stuff right now that it feels like, to me, it changes on a daily basis. And I think what John Kinch and Will Kenworthy are going to talk later more about it. But yeah, we're trying to be as involved as possible with any of that funding that is coming towards the state of Michigan.
Very exciting. Yeah, I think, as the funding is there, if we, position ourselves to welcome it with shovel-ready projects, investments like this, matching, I think we really stand a chance to do a lot of good work. So the next question is there any hope for smaller scale rigs to handle tight lots, easement, and lot line limitations for Geo? Anything potentially in the new IRA or other incentives that might line up? So this might be a Waller question.
Yep. That is something that we have been striving for a while, and that's getting good, adequate loop installers. Vertical, you got about 4 different ways we could put a loop in the ground or in a pond or in a lake. And you got vertical, you got horizontal. We have directional boring. And then you also have a coil type setup you can set in a pond or a lake. And again, it provides great moisture in the ground, provides great heat transfers. So yes, in small inner city type situations, and I had one here in Traverse City in the last year, and it's a historic district, big, 1860 style home. And their first couple of phone calls to contractors in the area to put geothermal is, said they couldn't do it. Sorry, wasn't able to do it. She finally reached out to a carrier gentleman that sold the Carrier Infinity high air heat pump type setup. And after he saw what the situation was, he said he could put geothermal in. And they did 4 vertical bores right in between the sidewalk and the front of their house, and went 380 foot deep. And what they ended up doing is the only special permit they needed was to shut down the sidewalk for a week and put the barriers on each side so they can put their drill rig up and do that. And yes, we do need smaller type equipment to maybe get into a backyard situation and to install the loop in that, in that kind of category. We're driving, and that gets expensive. Those rigs are, $700,000 for a drill rig, and depending on what they have and what they're offering. But now I just talked to a gentleman here a couple of weeks ago, and they're 3 years out on getting a directional bore machine. So even that industry is hurting when it comes to providing the infrastructure and the ways and means of getting it done. So we're striving very hard to find all those aspects of smaller lot sizes, vertical drill, and make it more affordable for everybody, because that is a big expense.
Thank you for that. So there's a lot of comments in the chat. I encourage you to scroll through, and these will be saved and hopefully sent out. We have a very active Google Drive, so we should be able to get that for everyone. I think one advantage of GLREA is that we do have so many business partners that can advocate, and as a coalition. So I would like to see that work be pushed forward. But our last question here, I would be remiss to not ask it. This is what got me into this line of work, is part of the support for line 5 by some folks, because so many residences in Michigan use propane. And this is really a Douglas Jester question, because I've seen your report on this, and I know we can transition. So Douglas, do you have any insights on this that you'd like to share? Wrap us up here.
Sure. It was mentioned earlier that we are the largest user of propane for heating fuels, and that's true. We have, by my estimate, about 320,000 residential users of propane in Michigan. Most of the line 5 debate about propane is focused on the UP, where it's only about 20,000. I don't know anybody who really likes using propane. It's more a matter that historically they didn't have good options. Now with heat pumps, we do, and it's a matter of finding ways to roll it out at scale. The debate around this has been framed as though the choice is between using propane and freezing to death, or propane and using electric resistance heat with very high electricity rates, and those are not the choices in front of us. There is work to be done on electricity rates and supply chain development, the kinds of things Alan was talking about, but it is entirely feasible to make that transition all over northern Michigan in a way that is more affordable for people than their current use of propane. So I'm not sure if that fully answered the question, but that's a quick overview.
No, that's great. And there are reports, that Douglas was referring to and that I'm referring to about the transition from line 5 on this propane. So we have reached our time limit. Thank you to all our presenters, to John Freeman for helping set this up. As mentioned in the beginning, the current state of renewable energy in Michigan is strong. It's only going to get stronger. We have the resources, we have the technology, and we have the land. So that's one thing we all need to preserve. And one thing that I know my friend Tom Stanton, who I couldn't get to all your questions, always good questions, but really the dual purpose as we continue to develop we got to look at agrovoltaics, really stack the functions of our renewable energy to make sure we're not wasting our land. So quick 10-minute break here before we hop into GLRA program activities. The Zoom will stay open, so feel free to use the chat and peacefully communicate. So good to see everyone, and thanks for the work.
So we're going to gear up again in 10 minutes at 11:10. So feel free to take a break and be back here in 10. Thanks.
Hey, John, I was just wondering if I could test screen sharing during the break here.
Yes, work with John Sarver.
Oh, server. Okay.
Yeah,
Wrong
you
guy.
should be able to share, John.
All right.
So.
Perfect.
No, you anything.
Mute.
Hi, Matt. Looks like you and I are the there. What does Sumter Solar do?
We're a local installer out of Belleville, Michigan. Do solar panel stuff work. So
We're not too far away from you in Ann Arbor. So
yeah, we do. Most of our work is in the Ann Arbor area. So
is it commercial mostly or residential?
Residential.
Okay. And is it pretty easy to get permits and all that now? Sounds like they've streamlined the process.
It is, yes, definitely in Ann Arbor, in the Ann Arbor area. We like everybody's kind of on the same page. So we kind of always operate with the mentality of like, if we just know the rules for the game, we'll know how to play. So, but some jurisdictions the rules can be a kind of a moving target, so it makes it trickier. So
yeah, I know I saw a comment about Pink Energy. They quoted me something like $90,000 for 6 kilowatt in our house in Ann Arbor.
mm-hmm.
A ridiculous amount of pricing. So somebody said, yeah, I guess it's bankrupt just as well. Some bad actors out there.
Yeah, it happens sometimes. So
oh. I was gonna say, John, this format works out pretty well for people. They don't have to travel as much thanks to COVID. Makes it more accessible.
Well, that's the idea, though there are some benefits with Zoom, but the drawback is that people do like to meet in person to have a chance to visit and catch up. So We'll probably try and do that next year. Keep our fingers crossed. Okay, I'm going to turn it over to Melanie, and we're going to gear up for our second panel on GLREA program activities. Melanie?
Okay, thanks, John. Welcome back, everyone. We had a lot of activities this year, and so next on the agenda is we're going to try and summarize them. We've got everybody in 50 minutes going to cover what we did in many different groups over the last 12 months. So we're going to start with John Sarver on the Solar Stories project that has been going on and has been like fantastic for sharing of information. So take it away, John.
Yeah, thanks. Yeah, back in April of 2020, with the pandemic kind of raging, we wanted to continue our educational efforts. So we decided, like a lot of other people, to go on Zoom. And so we started a Thursday evening Zoom series. And a lot of the presentations have been Michigan homeowners and business people telling their solar stories for about a half an hour and then interacting with the participants. But since then, we've expanded to a lot of other topics related to clean energy. And there is significant interest. Since we started back in April of 2020, we've done over 100 presentations on Thursday evenings, and we've recorded them and they're posted on our GLREA YouTube channel. So if you miss a presentation or want to kind of see what's been done, just go to YouTube and do a Google search for GLREA. Our attendance now, the past half dozen sessions have been up to about 50 attendees, which is a nice number, and it provides a lot of opportunity for discussion and dialogue. I'd like to, if you'd like to get a notice about these, you can just go to our website, glrea.org, and look under events, and there you can sign up to get a notice for these meetings. And I'd like to thank our other hosts for these sessions. Julie Roth hosts our Ann Arbor Solar Stories. Diane Van Buren hosts our Detroit Solar Stories. And Mark Clevey hosts some clean energy seminars, which cover a whole bunch of different topics. So, boy, I'd like to thank, I'm sure there's a lot of the presenters are on our Zoom here today. I'd like to thank you for taking the time to present your stories. And also, I'd like to thank all of you who've attended one or more of the sessions. So, so far, so good. Thanks, Melanie.
Yeah, thanks, John. I know the YouTube channel is fantastic because there's many of them that I've wanted to attend and schedules didn't allow, so I go back and watch it on YouTube. It's excellent. So thanks. Next, we have the Michigan Solar Guidebook that Mark Clevey is going to bring us up to date on. So
thank you, Melanie, and thank you, John. So for over about 30 years now, GLREA has been working to accelerate the renewable energy adoption in Michigan. For example, in our 2002, we published a report titled Opportunities for Renewable Energy Deployment in Michigan that outlined and documented barriers and things. Most importantly, this document was one of the first people and first groups to ever come out and call for the elimination taxes and the creation of a solar financing program. So we were pushing that early on. In 2015, we got a grant from the Michigan Energy Options to write Michigan's first guide to community solar for local governments in Michigan. The work was written with the help of John Sarver, David Conkle, and myself, and became a foundational document for community solar advocates in the state. Most recently, in 2022, we received another grant to update and expand that earlier community solar book into a Michigan Solar Communities Guidebook. The latest guidebook is being co-authored by my colleague and good friend, John Kinch, Executive Director of Michigan Energy Options, and myself. John Freeman, GLREA's Executive Director, is serving as the editor of that publication. This new publication is designed to be a very practical guide for individuals, organizations, and local governments interested in using community-based renewable energy as a viable climate change risk mitigation, environmental justice, and/or economic development strategy. It draws on the best practices, examples, and models that have practical application potential within the boundaries of current Michigan law. Besides having general chapters on renewable energy and public policy, it also includes new chapters on community energy storage, low carbon energy, solar recycling, and we have 3 distinct returns on investment screens that communities can use to guide their renewable energy policies and decisions. We have financial return on investment, which should be pretty straightforward to anybody else. But we also have 2 others, which is a low embedded carbon return on investment. So we're not making renewable energy decisions that actually add to the carbon problem. And environmental justice return on investment. So these 3 screens can be used by community developers. They can also be used by solar installers and contractors and geothermal installers and contractors as part of their sales pitch and educational pitch to consumers. So the guide is slated to be published in early 2023. We've got most of the chapters have been written and are in the perhaps first, second editing stage. We've got a series of reviewers, including John Sarver and David Conkle and others who have agreed to review the document before it goes to final publication. So we're on target, and I think that it will prove to be a really good addition to the discussion about how do we get this thing done, and how, in the words of Julie Baldwin, how we are going to speed up the renewable energy train in Michigan. This should add a lot of fuel to that process. Thank you, John. Thank you, Melanie.
Yeah, and I just want to chime in. We just want to thank the Michigan Energy Office, Eagle, for the funding to put together this grant. I know Lisa is on the Zoom call, so I just want to thank her publicly for all their support.
Excellent. Thanks, John. Thanks, Mark. That's I know in the chat and everybody is thinking, okay, I can't wait to see it published. So we're excited. Thank you very much. Okay. Next we have Megan Houston, who is here. She's been working with GLREA this year. We're excited to have you here in your new internship / contract job. So I'm going to turn it over to you, Megan. You can fill us in on the GLREA Solarize program.
Yeah, thank you, Melanie. Like she said, my name is Megan Houston. I'm a second-year master's student at the University of Michigan School for Environment and Sustainability, and I'm studying environmental justice and environmental policy. And one of the programs I've been working on this year is the Solarize program. I do have some brief slides. So as mentioned previously, the Solarize program has been adapted from Julie Roth in Ann Arbor. Shout out to her and all the amazing work her and her office does. So I'm just going to give a brief overview of the program for anyone who is not familiar, kind of talk about what we've been doing the past year, the outreach that we've done, and then ways that anyone who's interested can get involved in the future. So how this works is that it's a community-based group buy opportunity that reduces the cost of buying solar. And we have an original meeting with the host or organizer who brings together interested people for the meeting. That can be their neighbors, friends, family, anyone who might be interested in learning about the benefits of solar. And then at the meeting, GLREA works with installers to educate about the program and the benefits of solar. And interested people can get a free estimate for what an array might cost for them based off the group buy. And the group buy is discounts are based on numbers. So how many people sign up to get new arrays kind of equates to the percentage of the discount. So 3+ new arrays could be a 5% discount, 7+ arrays could be a 10% discount. And the group buy reduces price per watt. So that's just kind of a quick example. And individuals are free to get other bids from other installers. Some installers will actually work together because they're familiar with the program. So if residents have different needs or different wants than the installer the group goes with, that sometimes actually works out fine, which is great. And then we follow up with the host and organizer and all of the interested parties and keep in touch throughout the progress. And I actually try my best to track what's been going on. And this is one example of Solarize Ann Arbor since 2019, which are pretty incredible numbers, 500+ installations, 3.7 megawatts, over 1.5 million in savings. And I'm sure these numbers are going to continue to grow. And since the GLREA has been active since March of this year, we've had over 250+ participants, 65+ estimates, 20+ sales, and there are 11 ongoing projects. So these numbers are also going to continue to grow into the new year, which is really exciting. And then these are just a brief snapshot of all of the awesome communities we've been able to work with over the past year, kind of our partners throughout the state, and we're always looking for new partners. So if you or anyone you know might be interested in starting Solarize in your neighborhood, please feel free to contact me or contact John, and we'd be happy to get that process started. So thank you.
Thanks, Megan. That's great. Excellent. It's amazing how much it has grown over the years. Every year we kind of get an update, and it's very cool to see it grow. And just a note to everyone that Kendall is going to be saving all the slides and the information and posting it on the GLREA Google Drive, Google Sheets Drive. So if you want to see any of that, so just a FYI for you. And now we're going to go to the MPSC regulatory work update. It's been a crazy a year, a very busy year for John and Rob. And so I'm going to turn it over to Rob, and then they can fill us in. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Yeah, we've been, I think it's been about 7 years now that I've been actively involved in MPSC cases. And I think one of the important things that GLREA does is advocate for renewable energy and lower rates for our constituents. But I wanted to go real quick through what the process is and why it's really important that we do what we're doing. And then do a little shout out that we are starting to have a separate little membership to fund the costs of intervening in projects. So the overall intervening process, or the MPSC process, is the utility takes, and each year it puts in a rate case that says these are the investments and the activities we need to make electricity for the customers. And it describes in hundreds of pages why they need the money that they need and what they want to spend it on. Then a group of interveners ask questions, and they develop their own responses to that rate, or and so we submit testimony, and then then there's rebuttal testimony, and it goes back and forth a few more times. And then eventually you put in a brief which describes your final position on what has been proposed by the utility. And then the administrative law judge reviews all the information that's provided and then makes a recommendation to the commission. And the commission then, the commissioners then make present their case. I say, this is what the ruling is. There is an alternative path, which is called settlement, where the utilities negotiate with each of the interveners to come to a settlement outside of the normal process. And being
Defeated?
a seat on the table is really important.
Can't do anything.
And so where they present their offer, we present counter offers, it goes back and forth. And if the interveners and the utility agree to a settlement, then that goes to the commissioners, and they have only two options, yes or no. And if they say no, then they can give instructions on what parts of the settlement that they didn't agree with and need to be fixed. So in the last few years, settlement has been preferred by some of the utilities because they feel they get a better deal. I think right now we're going to be in a really interesting position because we have some very strong commissioners that are very favorable, and their last ruling with the DTE case is a proof of that, and John's going to review that. I do have one shout out to all of the contractors that are on the call. My ask for all of you is, when you do job training, please make sure that it's inclusive, and that if possible that you can bring people out of poverty. So that's my request to all the contractors as they do job training as we move forward. I think so. I'll leave it over to John Richter, who he has been sort of championing the DTE cases, and I've been championing the consumers cases, and together we sometimes talk about the I&M cases as well.
Thanks, Rob. And I think John is ready to go with his slides.
There we go. Just had to get off mute.
Yeah.
Yeah, so the DTE rate case is the most recent case that's completed. In this case, DTE had a number of proposals that were very much anti-rooftop solar, and this case was a tremendous victory for us. DTE proposed to slash the outflow rate, the credit that solar customers get, which right now with DTE is around 8 cents per kilowatt hour, and they wanted to cut that to the wholesale price of electricity, which is about half of that. And then they had this really strange proposal to then force all DG customers onto a new rate plan. And this rate plan would not be, there'd be a charge for the amount of energy you use, but most of your cost would come from a demand charge, which would be based on the maximum amount of energy that you used in the 3 highest hours in the previous 12 months. Needless to say, that's hard to predict. It's hard to change. It's hard to know what it is. And it really removes the incentive for solar or for energy efficiency, because most of your costs are no longer tied to the amount of energy that you're using. Then DTE said, well, if these were approved, then DTE would voluntarily lift the cap on the number of solar customers that could join the DG program. This is an approach the utilities have been using over and over again in cases where they offer to lift the cap if they get X, Y, and Z, and use the cap and their ability to increase it as leverage to get other things they want. So the GLREA and many other interveners, we had more than 20 interveners in this case, argued that the outflow rate should not be reduced. In fact, it should be increased based on the cost of service. The outflow rate should include cost of transmission, which we bypass, right? Our excess solar feeds right to our neighbor's house without the need for the transmission system. And in fact, with very little need for the distribution system, and therefore the outflow rate should also include part of the distribution costs. The commission kind of went a little bit our way on this. They ordered the outflow rate to be increased to include transmission, but they didn't really comment on including part of the distribution costs. So that will be a fight for another day. But importantly, they rejected DTE's proposals to slash the rate, which was key. This is what the new outflow rates for DTE on the D1 rate will look for. This slideshow will be available, so you don't have to go crazy writing this down. But the point is the actual electric rates on the D1 rate go down very slightly, but the outflow rate is increasing by 6 to 8%. So that's good news. That's a result of this ruling. As far as this new rate plan for DG customers, we argued vigorously against it. I cited various industry experts that said a demand charge makes no sense for residential customers. The commission agreed and completely rejected the plan. So that was another win. And then the GLREA made a unique argument. We said that outflow is green power. DTE sells green power to customers that want it at a premium rate. They charge extra, and therefore solar customers that are providing outflow should get that premium. And we agreed to take 80% of it, leave 20% as a benefit for the rest of the rate base, if we agree to sell our renewable energy certificates to DTE, right? The law on outflow specifically says, the law setting up the DG program specifically says the homeowner or the solar owner retains the renewable energy certificates. But I don't know anybody, well, I know one person that's actually selling them and making some use of those, right? The commission staff was very strongly supportive of this proposal and endorsed it and said they would help set up the details of it. And the commission agreed. They did not resolve it within this case, but sort of kicked the can down the road a little bit and said DTE has to amend their current filing in their green power case to set up a process to purchase RECs from customers. Now, that'll take some time. commission processes are slow. And right now, DT during this case announced that the green power premium dropped to 0, which Douglas Jester referred to earlier today. And therefore, this isn't really going to generate any revenue for a while, but that 0 green power premium may well be temporary. And so it'll be good to set this program up. Another really big issue in this is the idea of a successive tariff. So the utilities keep holding over our heads this cap that they're going to hit. And what happens after that is kind of vague. And so the GLREA and several other interveners argued we really need the MPSC to set up a new tariff that would say what credit will solar customers get if they enter the program after the cap has been reached. The commission agreed, and they're setting up an entirely new MPS case to address this. DTE has 90 days to submit a initial proposal on that, and then we'll go through the whole process Rob described. The primary authority that the commission's drawing on for this is the PURPA, which is a federal law, the Public Utilities Regulatory Something Act. Compensation might not be as good as DG. And so we're really pressing this year now that we have a new Democratic legislature for a change to the law to simply repeal the cap so that we don't have to deal with that. And that's what I have. And I think John Freeman's going to talk a bit after me about the legislative agenda.
Yeah, I have one more thing to add. One of the reasons that we participate in the MPSC cases is that if we don't complain, we don't have a voice at the table. And it's super important that to be there at the table and have a strong voice to support what we do in the industry. And as GLREA members, we are all supportive of renewable energy. And I think that as a part of what GLREA does, you know, being interveners in these cases are super important. So rather than just some of the other interveners have very narrow things that they are in support of, and we're more broadly supportive of even the utilities putting in renewable energy, but also allowing behind the meter renewable energy as well. And it'd be very interesting to see as EV adoption increases, how that's going to affect the both the use of power and how, if that becomes actively part of the grid and grid support. So that's something that we'll be advocating for in the future as well.
Thanks, Rob and John. Those are excellent. We know you go through pages and pages, and it's hundreds and thousands of pages, and every month John Richter and Rob give us a rundown of where we are, and we appreciate you putting it in language we can understand and consolidating it and making us a lot smarter on it. So thanks a lot, and appreciate it. So and with that, I will move on to John Freeman, who's going to give us the legislative updates.
Yeah, thank you, Melanie. And I just want to say a couple other words regarding the regulatory work. I also want to thank Don Keski, our attorney, and then Larry Kerber and Dale Klein are also two individuals that regularly are joining us on our weekly calls to discuss these cases. And all three of them play a really critical role for us developing strategy. And then, of course, Don's role is to format all the testimony and the briefs that we have to submit. And Don used to work for the Michigan Attorney General's office, and he worked under utility cases for 20 years or so. And so he's got a lot of experience, and we certainly appreciate that. We also, as Rob mentioned, we have a specific membership that raises funds for this work. It's not to replace your normal membership. It's to kind of add on a secondary membership. I think it's $40 for an individual, and I think it's a couple hundred for a business. But whatever these memberships raise, the money goes to pay the costs of the work we do with the Michigan Public Service Commission. And these costs are significant. I mean, you know, the legal fees and the time involved, Robin and John's time, it's expensive. And we're taking on utilities that have a bottomless well in terms of their financial ability to engage in these cases. And so I just want to bring that to your attention, and I appreciate all the work that Rob and John and Dale and Larry and Don do and everything else. Okay, let's switch gears now. And John kind of teed it up, and I mentioned it early on. You know, we have been working for 4 years, almost even when I was on the board myself, to try and move policy through the legislature, because our mission is about expanding renewable energy in Michigan. And in order to do that, you really need to have a framework that supports the expansion of renewable energy in Michigan. And, you know, the modern era of solar and geothermal and wind all stems from the 2008 Public Act 295 law. That set in place a policy framework that started the whole movement towards transitioning to renewable energy. And in that legislation, that law was updated in 2016. But since 2016, there has been no significant changes other than one that Mark Clevey spearheaded on, which eliminated the increase of any property taxes for someone for putting in a solar system on their home until they sell their house. When you sell your house, of course, your property gets reset at the market rate. But prior to selling your house, under Michigan law, even if your house goes up in value, it can't go up by more than 5% or inflation, whichever is less. But for a while there, some cities, Ann Arbor, ironically enough, they were raising property taxes on people that installed a solar system. And so we were able to lead the charge and get that stopped through the legislative process. And that was a complete bipartisan effort. But since that time, and that bill was signed in the very, very early tenure of Governor Whitmer. But since that time, we have not been able to move any new policies. And there are a couple of reasons for that. Number one is that, you know, the utilities, they play hardball in the legislature. They give out a lot of money to candidates and, you know, lawmakers that are running for re-election. And that carries a lot of influence with legislators. And then secondly, even though most of these bills are bipartisan in support, if you get the wrong legislator in a key position, that can choke off any effort to move policy. And so what I mean by that is that, you know, the chairs of the two energy committees, there's one in the House and one in the Senate, they have the absolute authority to decide whether bills get a hearing. And even if they get a hearing, the chair can still decide whether in fact to schedule a vote on the bill. Now, this is a little not quite absolute, because if the Speaker of the House or the Senate Majority Leader really wants the chair to move a bill and the chair refuses to, they can bypass the chair and bring the bill to the floor. But that's under pretty extraordinary circumstances. So typically, we have to focus on the chairs of the committee for hearings on bills and for scheduling votes on the bills. And what we have found the last 4 years is that all too often, the chairs of the committees are willing to hold a hearing on the bill, because what happens is you get 2 or 3 or 4 or 5 people that are in support of the legislation. And then you get 2 or 3, 4 or 5 people that testify in opposition to the legislation. And that's where the process essentially ends. And even though we advocate heavily for the chair of the committee to schedule a vote, we have not been able to get them to do so. And the most obvious example of this is the last couple of years in the House, where Joe Bellino was the chair of the House Energy Committee, and his district is in Monroe, Michigan. And Monroe, of course, is where DTE has a monster coal plant, which provides, I think at one point I read that they provide half of all the taxes for Monroe's budget, city budget, by virtue of the fact of these, monster coal power plants. So obviously Joe Bellino listens very carefully to what DTE says, because if he upsets DTE, then that can have real blowback on him and his future career. And so that's been a real problem. And again, these bills, the two bills that we're really focusing on is lifting the 1% cap. And that was frankly sponsored by both a Republican in the state Senate, Ed McBroom from the UP, and then Markkinen was the other in the House, and he was a Republican also from the UP. Because if you live in the UP, you're not paying 16 cents per kilowatt hour like you are for DTE or consumers. You're paying around 25 cents per kilowatt hour. So the incentive to have solar in the UP is really high. And that's why those legislators are particularly interested in trying to lift the cap on the distributed generation program. But even though they were Republicans, they couldn't get the Republican chair to hold a vote on the bill. And then the community solar bill, it was a two-bill package. One was chaired by a Democrat, Rachel Hood from the Grand Rapids area. And then the second bill was sponsored by Michelle Hoytiga, who is from Mark Cleavy's favorite city, Cadillac, Michigan. And those two bills have to pass together in order for the community solar law to take effect. But again, even though this was sponsored by Representative Hoytiga, a Republican, Joe Bellino, he held a hearing on the bill, and we heard a bunch of misinformation being shared by DTE about the purpose of community solar, but he refused to hold a vote on the bill. So we had the elections, and Democrats took control of both the House and the Senate. And this is the first time in a long time that Democrats have been in control of all three branches of government. And the reason why this is significant is for two reasons. Number one, the governor enacted the Michigan Healthy Climate Plan back in April and May. And she went through this very extensive process, getting a lot of input from stakeholders and business and everybody about how do we move forward to adopting renewable energy in Michigan and decarbonize Michigan. But there is absolutely no way that she can be successful during the rest of her tenure as governor in making progress on achieving these goals that are laid out in this document unless we enact legislation to enact community solar and, frankly, to turn loose the private sector. When I talk about turning loose the private sector, what I really am referring to is turning loose Rob Rafson or Matthew Cadwell or Dave Friedrichs to go out and market solar, Ellen Waller to market geothermal energy. And so if we can have a policy framework that supports private sector business and the market that is nudging people to embrace solar and geothermal, that's going to go a long ways towards the Governor Whitmer enacting her goals for the next 4 years. And then the second reason, again, is that Democrats historically have been more supportive of embracing renewable energy. But that's not, I don't want to go too far on that because, again, there have been a lot of Republicans that have been very supportive of as well. And that, I think, is really important because the more that we can depoliticize this issue, I think the greater the chances are that we're able to move legislation. Now, as the nonprofit, GLREA can only do a certain amount of advocacy work at the legislative level. But one thing we can do is do a lot of education. And these legislators that get elected, they don't have a background in renewable energy. Some might, like we have Jen from up in Marquette. She's a new legislator and she knows a lot about renewable energy. So that's going to be an easy one. But many legislators don't. And so that's where GLREA can really play an important role, is to meet with legislators, educate them about solar, why it saves people money, homeowners and business, why it promotes a cleaner environment, why it creates jobs, why it creates economic development. And all this is extremely important because these legislators, they have to have enough information to be able to decide on every topic under the sun. And so we need to educate them about renewable energy. And then secondly, the way I phrase it, we need to give them political cover to be able to vote yes. Now, some of these legislators will vote yes because they believe in it. They come from a district that supports it. I mean, legislators from Ann Arbor have no problem supporting these bills because Ann Arbor, as we've heard, is extremely supportive of this. But there are other legislators that live in other areas where they need to have, political support for them to be comfortable in voting yes. And it's important to understand this because legislators want to get reelected. They don't like taking risky votes. And I don't know if many of you know that I served in the legislature for 6 years. So I have personal experience in understanding how it feels when you're getting a lot of pressure from DTE and consumers to vote one way, and then you're getting some pressure from proponents to support the bill. And so our job is to give them political cover so they can vote their conscience and vote the right way and be able, frankly, to vote against pressure from potentially the utilities who historically, at least as the last 4 years, have opposed eliminating the 1% cap and supporting community solar. Now, I just want to take one more moment to talk about community solar because this is extremely important. Right now, solar is available to people who can afford to put down the upfront cost of installing a solar installation. That upfront cost can be $10,000 to $12,000, $15,000. But you also need to have a roof that faces south, or maybe a roof that faces east or west. And that's important. So if you live in an apartment, you're out of luck. Or if you live in a house that doesn't face south, or your roof isn't big enough, or for whatever reason is not conducive for solar energy, you're out of luck. If you live in a condominium, you're out of luck. Or if you can't afford the full upfront cost of paying for solar, or maybe you can't even afford to get a loan to help from Michigan Saves to pay for solar, you're also out of luck. And we need to change this. We need to make solar available to everybody who wants to save money and who wants to contribute their part in promoting a clean environment and addressing climate change. And that's where community solar comes in place, because the whole concept of community solar is that a third-party developer or a nonprofit group can build a solar farm in some location, and individuals, whether they live in a house or an apartment or a condominium, they can either subscribe to whatever number of panels they can afford to, or in some cases, they can buy those panels and then they can apply the investment tax credit that homeowners can use. The IRS has said you can use that tax credit to buy panels from a community solar development as well. And then whatever amount those panels generate, amount of electricity, the utility is required to credit your bill for that amount of electricity. So it's as if that solar installation is on your roof. You get the same credit as you would if solar was there, but in fact, it's not on your roof. It could be, 15 miles away. But again, in order to require the utilities to work with developers for putting together community solar projects, we need to have a state law. Utilities could be doing this right now if they wanted to, but they're not doing it, or they're building community solar that frankly is advantageous for the utility and is not particularly advantageous to the homeowner or the residential, even the small business owner. So we need a law in Michigan like many other states have, Minnesota, New York, Colorado, California. And this is a huge goal for GLREA in 2023. And frankly, it's a huge goal of the Department of Energy as well under the Biden administration. And our former governor, Jennifer Granholm, who heads up the Department of Energy, she is leading the charge on promoting community solar all over the country. And so we need to move with our allies this enactment of this law. So let me wrap up by saying this. When I've asked all of you, when you joined the organization, I asked you whether you're interested in volunteering for the organization, and many people said yes. Okay, this is where we're going to need your help. In 2023, I'm going to be reaching out to everyone that says they want to volunteer, and even others that may have said they don't want to volunteer, but maybe they're going to change their minds. And we're going to ask you to do a few things. We're going to ask you to potentially reach out to your local legislator, go to their coffee hours, provide them with some information about, eliminating the 1% cap or talking about the community solar legislation. It's really easy. These legislators welcome the opportunity to meet their constituents, and these legislators are eager to learn about the issues that their constituents care about. So there should be no reason to be nervous about meeting with your legislator. They come from the same walks of life of all of us do. And so we'll provide you with the materials, we'll provide you with talking points, and we even maybe can do some role playing over Zoom on maybe one of our Thursday night, solar stories or whatever. The second thing is that when there's a bill up for a vote in the House and Senate, we're going to ask you to make phone calls, send emails, maybe send letters to members who sit on the House and Senate Energy Committees. Now, those assignments have not been made yet. They will probably be made in early 2023, but we will share these with all of you. And for constituents that actually live in the district of someone who was on the House and Energy Committee, those folks are particularly important because it's awfully easy for a legislator to ignore an email or a letter from someone who is not from their district. It's a lot harder to ignore your own members in your own districts because they have a lot of friends, they have a lot of family, they have a lot of networks of contacts, and legislators never like to upset their own constituents. And then when the bill hits the floor, and then same thing, we're going to ask all of you to send emails or letters, even make a phone call or two to encourage people to support the bill. And again, it doesn't matter if your legislator is a Republican or Democrat. We feel that there's good bipartisan support for these measures. And again, we will provide information for all of you so you can make these calls and emails from a position of informational strength, so to speak. So I will stop there and I'll turn it back over to Melanie and for questions for either myself or any of our panelists. And thank you so much for all your support and help.
Thanks, John. I saw a lot of comments on support for the community solar, and I think it was more just support of it. And so the other item I saw a lot of comments on were the questions about supporting the work, the advocacy work that Rob and John do. And so as Mark Levy pointed out, if you can reach out to John Freeman to find out how you can contribute, that would be best. But there is one question there and I think it's for Rob Rafson or John Richter, the question or comment from Dale Klein on I think it's the solar currents. And it was more a curiosity. So I don't know if you can see that. It was now I'm trying to get back to it. Okay, it's from Dale Klein and meeting the DTE requirements for renewable energy on their system with the outflow recs. It came in right when you guys were talking at like 11:35. So the outflow recs would be adjusted to not include the solar currents, folks, because the solar currents on DTE system already gave up their recs, right?
Yes, that would be correct. You can't sell recs that were already transferred as part of, right, some agreement. Yeah, one of the things, so in their VGP filing, DTE is proposing to change their program. They're anticipating running out of capacity, green capacity, and creating waiting lines. And so part of the answer to that is, well, buy RECs. They're also proposing that for their corporate green power customers, if they don't have enough capacity or while they're waiting for a new facility to get built, that they would put them on a RECs only program. So oddly, DTE's latest proposals for green power actually dovetail very nicely with our proposal that they should be buying RECs, and not only from DG customers, but from customers in the successor tariff, if that comes to fruition, and from their PURPA facilities, many of which are also generating quantities of RECs and not putting them to good use in Michigan.
And so everybody understands what the PURPA facilities mean, is that 50% of the solar in or renewable energy in the state are owned by third-party owned assets through the PURPA law. And so half of all the renewable energy, the RECs, the renewable energy certificates, are not being used. So there's a huge capacity and availability. One of the keys is that this will also do a really nice job increasing the amount of compensation for the third-party investors, and sort of highlight the additional value of going with a third-party investor, which has always been cheaper than when the utility builds themselves.
Okay, thanks, John and Rob. There was a question, we only have a couple minutes left, but in the rate case summary, there was a note about Rider 17 regarding community solar, and they wondered if somebody can explain that. I don't know if that's a short answer or if you want to reply to Jan in the chat.
John, you want to take that one?
Yeah, so Rider 17 is the green power program, right? So these things all have multiple names, which makes it confusing. And during the case, DT announced that the premium in that is now actually slightly less than zero. You get a slight credit. So I was just looking at my recent bill. I signed up for my green power with DTE, and it reduced my bill this last month by 9 cents. Well, okay, it's not a lot of money, but the point is everyone that signs up for my green power forces DTE to build more green power facilities, right? They have to build enough facilities to meet that demand. And so it's a great way to encourage renewables in Michigan. And it doesn't even cost you anything. It saves you money.
Right, and the key is that by forcing the utilities to build more renewable assets, it prevents them from suggesting or even planning for additional brown generation assets.
Thank you. You guys, that was going to be my closing point, is that hopefully everyone on this call will go out and sign up for if you're a DTE customer, will sign up for the My Green Power and have all your friends and family sign up for them, because that's what's going to help us down the road. And John walked us through that the other day, and I saved 3 cents. So anyway, thank you all for a great session. It is 12 o'clock, so we're going to take a break. I'm going to let John Freeman or Kendall say anything. Otherwise, we'll be back here at 12:10, right?
Yep, that's fine. Just meet back at 12:10. And then we're going to be talking about GLREA internal reports. So we'll see you in a few minutes. Thank you.
Thanks.
Do you think we should get started, Kendall?
Sure. I'm guessing most people are probably eating lunch right now with their cameras off anyway. But yeah, let's get started. Okay. So I'm going to give a 2022 year in review summary, which a lot of this we've already covered earlier in the meeting, but I'm going to just give a recap. So GLREA has had a very productive year this year. Some of the things we've done, we've provided renewable energy education, which you already heard about from John Sarver. This has primarily been through our Thursday night solar stories and our renewable energy seminars. You've also heard we've been busy intervening in utility rate cases, and we advocated for renewable energy policies with the MPSC. We're working with our allies to build support for new legislative policies, including removing the 1% cap and community solar, which you heard John Freeman talk about. And we also received a grant from the state of Michigan, from Eagle. Megan talked about that, and we're writing a Michigan Solar Communities Guidebook and helping staff and apologies. And we're growing the GLREA group by Solarize program by duplicating the model that you heard Julie talk about in Ann Arbor. And additionally, we're building our organization and we're growing our membership and upgrading some of our accounting systems. But I wanted to talk a little bit more specifically about the MPSC. Again, some of this we've already covered, but GLREA won a major victory with the MPSC when they fully rejected the proposal by DTE. And DTE wanted to decrease the outflow credit for extra electricity that was exported back to the grid by solar owners. And they wanted to impose 2 new monthly fees. These were called demand charges, and they were only on solar owners. John Richter covered some of this, but the MPSC said no to both of these proposals and actually increased the outflow credit. So John Richter, Rob Rafson, Don Keski, Larry Kerber, Dale Klein have all done really great work on this case, as well as others. And we've been building the organization. John Freeman has been very busy at growing our membership, which increased to over 173 new members. So GLREA now has over 583 members. And this growth really reflects GLREA's reputation as being an effective advocate for renewable energy business, solar and geothermal, and solar owners, and for our mission of expanding renewable energy in Michigan. We have also increased our communication with our members through our monthly Great Lakes Energy News and our weekly updates. And we've seen a dramatic increase in participation with our Facebook page and our Michigan Solar Users Network. And we're continuing to evaluate the strengths and weaknesses of our organization. So we're developing new short and long-term planning goals for the organization, which you'll hear a little bit more about later. We're also updating our accounting software to QuickBooks, which is going to help us better track our income and expenses. And lastly, just to cover this last bit. So for 2023, looking ahead, so with the Michigan legislature being controlled by Democrats, we have a good opportunity to enact new policies that are going to support the expansion of renewable energy in Michigan. So we've worked with legislators in the past, so we are in an excellent position to educate those legislators on why eliminating the 1% cap is important. John Freeman has covered some of this, and also why we need to enact a community solar law so that all Michiganders can obtain solar energy, even if they're living in an apartment or can't afford the full upfront cost of outing in a solar system. So DTE and Consumers Energy may continue to oppose these policies, but public and legislative support continues to grow. We will be calling upon members to talk to your local legislator, like John Freeman had covered, sending letters, emails, and making phone calls. And this is going to be a key program effort for us in 2023. We want to continue to grow the membership of GLREA. So this has always been a priority, but we want to get smarter in 2023 with our plans for growing the membership. Apologies for my cat crying in the background. We will be sharing a plan in early 2023, but in essence, we want to get members involved in recruiting new members. And so to do this, we want to ask our business members to talk to your solar and geothermal clients about becoming a member of GLREA, and we can provide materials for this. For individual members, ask your family members, your friends, your colleagues to join GLREA. We will provide materials and talking points for members to make a pitch. And then lastly, to continue with our educational program work, we are going to continue our Thursday night solar stories and our renewable energy seminars. We're going to finish the My Solar Communities Guidebook, and we're going to start ramping up the work with local units of government and how they can support solar and geothermal energy in their communities. And we're going to continue to build out the GLREA Group by Solarize program that we've been working with Julie Roth of the Ann Arbor Solarize program. We want to have ongoing educational meetings in many communities across Michigan that will turn into new energy installations. As always, if the GLREA staff and board members can ever be of help to our members, just contact us. So thank you, everybody.
Any questions or comments for Kendall? Okay, back to you, Kendall.
Okay, John. So next on the agenda, we have Kerry Church. Is Kerry here? He's going to be presenting the 2022 year-end financial report.
Yes. Good afternoon, everybody. I would like to say, just tacking on to what Kendall has said, it's been a very good, productive year. And as a result of all these things that we've been doing, the contributions from members, including board members and executive director, we've increased our revenues as of the year over year, as of the end of last month, of 43%, which is pretty good. So our balance sheet, which I'm going to read off to you, does not reflect even the grant that we have. So we're doing pretty good in that regard. So assets as of 11/30/2022, total cash and bank accounts is $138,994.75. We have zero liabilities, and our total liabilities and equity is $138,994.75. And that's all I have to report. Thank you.
Thanks, Kerry. And then I now want to turn it over to Diane Van Buren with D2 Solar. She's also one of our board members, and she's going to talk about some of the planning that we're going to be doing for 2023 and the future.
Well, hi, Kendall, and everyone on the call right now. My husband is vacuuming, so you have the cat. I have a vacuum cleaner in the background, so I hope you don't hear that annoyance. But isn't it great that I have a husband who's vacuuming? So that's great. Last year, we reported on the strategic planning, and you may recall, I didn't want to trot out the slides all over again, but we had been working on a long-term vision for GLREA and also our short-term goals. And as you hear about the different programs, projects in which the organization is actively engaged, you can see that that opportunity to just grow has to be matched with that strategic planning on how do we make sure that it's growing appropriately. And the one thing that we learned with that wonderful survey that so many of you did take part in 2 years ago is that the member value is probably core and central to all the work that we do. And as Kendall just described, it's that opportunity for a larger and larger constituency to become engaged with what we do, especially critical, as John Freeman described, with our ability to speak to our legislators and to speak with confidence. So that mission of advocating and educating and participating with the renewable energy industry is more important than ever to make sure that we're reaching out there. So a quick metaphor is one I love from the hockey world, Wayne Gretzky, is that you don't go where the puck is now, you go where the puck's going to be. And that way you know where you're going. So we need to be able to stretch and reach way out there and make sure we know where that puck is going to be for the next 5 years, so that we're aligning with our mission appropriately and what our member wants. So in order to do that, what we have done thus far is, with all our different committees, establish what those goals and objectives are. But we really need to wrap it together as well with what our capacity is and how our board operates. So I'm really happy to say it's taken several months for us to get to this place, but I'm really happy to say that we're going to be meeting in person, and we're going to be having a board retreat in January, so that we can really get back and, shake hands at least, and to be engaged with one another again. And we're going to be meeting with Natalie Osborne of Positively Powered Professional Development, who will really bring that professional expertise to help us polish what those goals and objectives are, but also to assure that there's alignment with our services back to our members. And I just keep focusing on our membership, because without our membership, we don't have an organization. So you, the membership, we need you to be involved with us as well. And we heard about volunteer opportunities. We want to hear from you. We want to be able to be engaged with you. Solar Stories is a great way to do that. There's many different ways you can become engaged. So at that retreat, we're going to be clarifying our near-term and long-term goals and objectives, see where there's alignment with the different committees that we have, so that we're not overlapping to a place that it's redundancy, but instead it's strengthened with the different committees. Set budgets. Budgets are really critical, so that now we know where we can go for foundation money and other grants, and also to be in compliance with our IRS guidelines that we have to follow. And identify the specific action items that help drive those organizational objectives. So it should make our work more impactful. It should make us more accountable and more productive. And since we're a volunteer board, no one's asking for more work. We're asking for ways that we can be more productive and help back with our membership as well. So we invite your participation again, always in what we are doing. We will be announcing as soon as we can wrap up the strategic plan, how it looks for review by the membership, and seeking any input from you as well. So that's the strategic plan report, and I'll turn it back to you, Kendall.
Thanks, Diane. Is there anyone who has any questions for Diane? I didn't see any in the chat, but I just wanted to ask before we move on. Okay. All right. And the last but not least, John Freeman is going to talk about the membership drive for 2023.
Thank you, Kendall. Yeah, I mean, Kendall talked about it a little bit already, but I wanted to give a little more emphasis to just how important this activity is going to be in 2023. We've always talked about building the organization, and we've always talked about building up the membership, but we really want to make this a priority in 2023. And there are a couple reasons. And these are fairly obvious reasons, and I'm sure most of you have thought of this already. Obviously, the bigger the membership, we have a stronger financial base to support the work that this organization does. I mean, your membership dues pay the bills, essentially. And we need to hire more staff because there are so many projects going on, and we could probably be doing even more work if we had more staff. But again, to have more staff requires having an economic base, a financial base that will support paying more staff. And so that's one reason for increasing the membership. Second reason is that our influence grows the larger we are. I talked about how important having a large membership is in terms of the legislative work, but it's also important for all the other work we do, because word of mouth gets around regarding renewable energy and regarding the programs that we offer. So the larger the membership we have, the more people they're talking to about why they should think about investing in a solar system or investing in a geothermal system or in a heat pump or an energy efficiency matters. And that's really important. This kind of relational organizing is a tried and true proven way of making change in our society, because people tend to trust their friends and their neighbors more than complete strangers. And so if we have a member who is really passionate about geothermal and solar, and they're talking to their friends and family and people within their colleagues and their networks, people are going to listen because they know this person is a straight shooter and they have a relationship with them. And so that becomes really important. And kind of a corollary to this, to something that Kendall mentioned, is that we want to start working with local units of government more and more. For the most part, GLREA has done a lot of policy work at the state level, whether it's through the Public Service Commission or through the legislature. But increasingly, a lot of local units of government play a critical role because they're instituting their own sustainability plans, where the mayors or the city councils, they are developing plans to move that community to reduce their carbon footprint and to transition to renewable energy. But the challenge is that a lot of local units of government don't have the ability to hire more staff to take on these new kind of goals and projects. So they rely upon their current staff to take on more responsibilities. And a lot of times these current staff, they may not be very particularly well educated about the benefits of solar or about issues in terms of installing solar or geothermal any more than legislators are. And so that's where GLREA comes into play. And that's where our members come into play. Because if you live in a community, let's say Anand, who lives in Novi, he's talking with the folks in Novi about why Novi should be very supportive of moving to, renewable energy. Or Julie Lyons-Bricker, who works for the city of Royal Oak. She works and they're listening, and that information can get spread out through the citizens of Royal Oak or Novi, and then that will help promote them, encourage them to think about investing in solar or geothermal. And so increasing our membership is just important for a whole number of reasons. And up until now, we market our organization through Facebook. We market it through Solar Stories. John Sarver, who builds up a list of people to receive the monthly newsletter, you don't have to be a member to receive this newsletter. We open up to anybody. And as a part of John's normal monthly newsletter, he always encourages people who are not members to join GLREA. And so through these various marketing tactics, strategies, we have increased our membership significantly by 173 members this past year. It's probably been the biggest growth in the organization that we've had in maybe even the history of the organization. But we don't want to stop here. And so we want to launch a membership drive in 2023. And there are two primary ways we want to do it. And we have a committee set up, a membership committee, and other members are welcome to join us, but this committee is currently being chaired by Mark Clevey and Ed Rivet. And I think Dave Conkles occasionally joins us, and others. And the first way is that, we have a lot of business members that they're engaging the public all the time as they're developing new clients. We feel that anybody who installs a solar system or a geothermal system, they ought to be members of GLREA because they support the work we're doing. And they want to make sure that their investment is protected, that the legislature or the Public Service Commission is not going to change the rules after you install the system. And so that's why if you personally have bought a system, we want you to join GLREA. I mean, the dues are extremely reasonable. I mean, the minimum membership of this organization is $30 a year, which is very small. And of course, it's tax deductible because we're a nonprofit. So we think that we really want to encourage our business members to either turn over their email list to us, and then we will send out marketing materials. But if the businesses don't want to do that, and that's understandable, then we want to encourage the businesses to make a plug for GLREA, maybe send them materials that we will provide them that they can share, and we think that will be effective. The second way is something we really haven't done much of. And I want to give, I don't know if Marcia Curran is still on. Yeah, she's here. Maybe Marcia is having lunch. I want to give her a little bit of a shout out because every time I think about relational organizing, I think of Marcia, because when Marcia became a member a year or so ago, she immediately got, I think, at least 3 other family members to become members of GLREA as well. And we're not talking $30. We're talking, the higher levels of the membership. And I was incredibly impressed with Marcia's commitment, because once she saw the value of GLREA, then she went out on her own and encouraged her own family members to join GLREA as well. And I want to replicate that model in the sense that I want all of GLREA members to encourage your family members, encourage your friends, encourage people within colleagues within your profession to think about becoming members of GLREA. And again, we will provide materials for members that they can share, they can email, they can print, they can hand to people about the benefits of GLREA, about the cost of becoming a member, and about the various programs we offer. And then we want to turn members loose to do this relational organizing that I'm talking about. And relational organizing is not unique. It's not something I invented. It's pretty standard tactics within political campaigns and even marketing for products. I mean, the word of mouth is very effective because, again, people trust people they know. And so we want to encourage that. And we may even make this kind of a competition of sorts where, the member that signs up the most members will get recognition at next year's year-end year begin meeting. So this will be obviously a friendly competition, but it might be kind of a fun activity to recognize those members that really are working hard to help build the organization as well by getting more and more members. So look for materials in early 2023, and we may actually have another Thursday night session to talk about this, because those Thursday night sessions have proven to be effective, not only for educating people about solar and talking about their solar systems or their geothermal systems, but it's also a way of having a kind of a membership meeting at different times of the year to talk about specific projects that we're working on. And obviously the membership drive falls into the category of a really special event that we're trying to market. So I'll stop there. Marcia, do you want to say anything? I publicly thanked you, but you're welcome to say anything you'd like to say.
Oh, thank you, John. This is such a great organization, and I'm so impressed with the achievements that you have had so far and look forward to many more. It's such a perfect time now because of the Democrats controlling the legislature. I think you're going to break those bills out of committee pretty fast. At least I hope so. Thank you. All of the hard work that goes into representing in front of the Michigan Public Service Commission. It's so, the process is so kind of daunting and long and convoluted. I'm glad that we have somebody who knows how to deal with that. I certainly don't. I do know Dan Scripps. I supported Dan when he first ran for the House, and he lost that. That was in 2006. and look at this. Oh my God, we're getting way too talking about that. Okay. Anyway, Dan was, I said to Dan when he lost, I said, you know, your name is out there now. That's what happens the first time around. So you have to run the next time. So he did, and he won, of course, in 2008 when Obama won. But he's been I think a great supporter of all the ideas that we are working on. And thank you, John Freeman, for all you do. It's great.
You're quite welcome. So thank you very much. So that's my report, Kendall. We have about 20 minutes or so before our keynote address. So maybe we can open it up for comments or questions or discussion amongst members on anything we've said about the GLREA reports or other things that people want to share.
I was also going to ask John if we have about 20 minutes. I wonder if we could jump ahead to the agenda, if you think we have enough time to do the awards presentation.
I don't know. I mean, what I do know is that Mark Jacobson was very specific about, you know, the half hour from 1 to 1:30. So if Mark Clevey can get it done in 20 minutes, that's fine. Mark, do you feel confident you can do this in 20 minutes? And I'm not sure. The other thing, Kendall, is that we got to make sure we stick to the session 4 at 2:10 as well, because I don't know what Will's schedule is and John Kinch's schedule. So I don't know if Mark is there, but
yeah, I'm here, John. I would hate to have to break those up right in the middle of an award.
Okay.
And so I'd rather stick to this schedule, but I would like, if we could go back, if you could talk a bit about the do-gooder application on GLREA's website and how people can access that. When we were talking earlier about, you know, some of the things that people can do, I think that probably is worthy a bit more of an expansion.
Sure. As I said earlier on during the legislative discussion, you know, GLREA is a 501c3 organization, and the 501c3 is a IRS tax designation. And that means that we don't pay taxes to the state of Michigan other than employee taxes. We don't pay income taxes to the federal government. And as a result, we're a nonprofit, and contributions to GLREA are also tax deductible. But there are some constraints with that. And one of them is that you can only do a certain percentage of quote unquote lobbying. You can do, the rule of thumb is you can do about 25% of your budget in lobbying. It's a little bit of a gray area, but we have to be careful to follow that line, because we never want to jeopardize our tax designation. But there's a fine line between lobbying and educating, because we are primarily an education organization. And so we can do lots of education of legislators or anybody. But in order to have more versatility in our advocacy efforts, we created, and it's commonly done amongst all change organizations, whether it's Chamber of Commerce or Small Business Association or environmental groups, they create a sister organization, which is under a different IRS tax designation. It's a 501c4 tax designation. And that organization, it's also a nonprofit, but your contributions to it are not tax deductible, but you can do unlimited advocacy work. And so we have to keep the two organizations separate in terms of the finances. You can't mingle the finances. You can share resources as long as you keep close tabs on which organization is paying for which service. And so one of the ways that we can work together is that we are allowed to have on our website a link to a advocacy software program that's actually paid for by the C4, which is called Renewable Energy in Michigan. And that is the software that we use is called Do-Gooder. It's kind of a goofy name, but it's perfect for our purpose, because the owner of this software, they populate the software of all the legislators in Michigan every 2 years. And so all a person has to do in terms of writing an email and sending it to a legislator is literally to type in your address, and the computer software will figure out automatically who is your state representative and who is your state senator. And then if you want, you can actually add manually, which I did, of other key leaders that you want to send emails to. And so going back to Marcia Curran's conversation about Dan Scripps, who is the chair of the Michigan Public Service Commission, several months ago, at the early stages of this DTE case, I put in Dan Scripps's name as chair of the Michigan Public Service Commission, and I put in the standard email address that people can submit comments to a particular rate case. And so when people go on Do-Gooder, they can get access to it by this link on the homepage of the GLREA website, and it will take you to the Do-Gooder software. And then there will be, currently, there are 2 campaigns that are set up. One is to send letters to Dan Scripps about this DTE case. And obviously, beginning next week, I gotta go back to Do-Gooder and take down that campaign, because that campaign's over. And then the other part of that campaign was to send emails to legislators who in turn, we asked them to contact the Public Service Commission to encourage them to reject DTE's proposal as well. And again, it provides the Public Service Commission with political cover if they hear from many people across Michigan, and if they hear from legislators urging them to reject the proposal. Obviously, both those campaigns have to be changed because the DTE campaign is over and everything. But that is just an example of how GLREA is trying to become more of an effective organization, but complying with state and federal law regarding how you can use the organization to do work, but be within the regulated guidelines. If there's any questions from that, feel free to speak up, but I know Lee's got a question. And I want to thank Lee personally for being a sponsor of this conference. And Lee also gets a compliment because we were in Manchester the last several months trying to help one of our members get one of those larger solar projects going, approved by the Manchester Township government. And Lee stopped by there, I think 3 different times in show of support. And so I really want to thank him, and I appreciate everything he does. So you're up to speak, Lee. Go ahead.
Yeah, thanks, John. And thanks, John, for instructing us on how to use the Good Doer website, because so many people have never interfaced with their legislators, and they're reluctant to come up with their own talking points, and using using that website is very helpful. The other thing that you offered 2 ways that we could donate to GLREA, one to the lobbying side and one to the educational side. Is there anyone on this website who has experience in tax preparation who could comment on how each individual contributor could choose between those 2? Because I think some taxpayers could easily give to the one that's not a 501c, and other taxpayers could give to the other, and it would have little difference in the way that their taxes were written.
Well, to answer your question, Lee, we should be clear. The 2 ways I previously spoke about how members can support GLREA, one wasn't a lobbying fund. It was the Michigan Public Service Commission Regulatory Intervention Fund. We're not lobbying the Public Service Commission, not in the classical definition of lobbying, which is legislators. We are official parties to the regulatory proceedings. That's a legal designation that we do. And that's perfectly fine to do it as a 501c3. But if you do want to support the 501c4 work we do, Lee, the best way, frankly, at this point, is just to send a check made out to Renewable Energy in Michigan, and then send that to 28342 Dartmouth Street in Madison Heights, Michigan, 48071. That is the official business of both GLR. That's the business address for both GLREA, the C3, as well as Renewable Energy in Michigan, the 501c4. But again, I just want to make clear, the C3 contribution is tax deductible, but the C4 one isn't. But for those, but there are many people that may not be all that important, is to have a tax deductibility issue, and that's fine. You know, you don't, if that's not important to you, then great. But if it is important for you to be able to deduct it from your taxes, then I would encourage everybody just to contribute to GLREA, and then we'll let other people who it's not as important be able to support the, you know, the renewable energy in Michigan work.
Yeah, what you just mentioned, how important it is to an individual taxpayer. I have been under the impression that unless you have charitable deductions of more than $12,000 in a year, your deduction will not make any difference in how much taxes you pay. And that's why I asked whether there was someone on this call that would, you know, could actually professionally comment on that. And that's why the support that I gave to GLREA came as a required minimum deduction from my retirement plan, because that's the only way that I could get it to reduce my taxes.
Yeah, I don't know if there's anyone on the membership that's an expert on tax stuff. I would probably suggest if you work with an accountant or a tax preparation firm, they obviously know this stuff backwards and forwards. I do know, Lee, that you have to itemize your taxes in order to have any ability to reduce your taxes by charitable giving. So if you don't, you know, go into specificity in terms of your taxes, it's not going to make any difference. I don't know what the minimum is, like you've articulated. But if this is something that members really want to learn more about, I'm sure I could do some research and come up with maybe a sheet or two that will help people understand the tax consequences of charitable giving, if that's something that would be of interest.
Yeah, well, thank you.
You're welcome. Other questions or comments from members? We have a few more minutes. I see that our keynote speaker has joined us, but we want to, you know, give members an opportunity to make any comments regarding the GLREA reports, or make any comments in general.
There were some other questions in the chat, John. I don't know if you saw them. The first one was, have the House and Senate committee assignments been made yet for the new legislative session? That was one question. And then also, what effect on GLREA is Liesl Clark's leaving at Eagle?
Yeah, let me ask the first question first. I just read about Liesl leaving literally yesterday. Maybe the first question first. We don't know who the committee chairs are yet. What we do know is that Joe Tate, who is a representative from Detroit, he's the new Speaker of the House, and he has created a committee on the committees who is composed of several members who will be making recommendations to the Speaker regarding who is going to be the chairs of various committees and potentially who will be sitting on these chairs of these various committees. I'm going to be making some calls and sending some letters next week about this process. There have been, as you all know, maybe many of you know, we are part of a coalition called the Michigan Energy, Michigan Jobs Coalition. And we have calls every other week to talk about policy matters and legislative matters. And we've been talking about various individuals who are interested or rumored to be interested in being chairs of various committees. There are a number of different factors that Joe Tate, the Speaker of the House, or Winnie Brinks, who is going to be the new Senate Majority Leader. Winnie is from Grand Rapids, which is interesting unto itself because, you know, historically Grand Rapids has been a fairly conservative city, but apparently it's becoming much more progressive, and Winnie is the first Democratic state senator from Grand Rapids in a long time. And so the Speaker and the Senate Majority Leader ultimately make the decisions, and they weigh different factors on who is going to be chair, and obviously legislators themselves have the opportunity to submit which chairs they want, which committees they want to be on, and whether they're interested in being a chair. Some of the factors I'll just rattle off are, number one, whether they previously been on the committee. Sean McCann, who is a state senator from the Kalamazoo area, he was on the Senate Energy Committee for the last 4 years. And I hear rumors that he's interested in being chair of that committee again. So that obviously he's got some experience in being on that committee. He understands some of these issues, and he's got, frankly, some seniority. So that might be a factor that's important to Senator Brinks in terms of that. Other issues may be geographical balance. You know, the Speaker of the House or the Senate Majority Leader may want to try and make sure that on a given committee, they have representatives from different parts of the state. They also may want to have a mix of, this is kind of a corollary to this, a mix of legislators from urban and rural, ethnicity, male, female, all that plays into it. And of course, where GLREA can fit in is also, as well as our allies, it's also in terms of lobby or efforts by interest groups on whom they support, because it's always a two-way street between legislators and organizations that really devote a lot of time and attention to the legislative process, because legislators need interest groups as much as we need legislators, because they need to, again, get political support for supporting different things. They need obviously support when they run for re-election. So there's kind of a give and take in the process. It's kind of a messy process, to be candid, but it's one that the House goes through every 2 years and the Senate goes through every 4 years. Let me get to the second question. As I said, I was a little surprised about Liesl Clark leaving as head of Eagle, but again, I know her pretty well, and I think she's done a great job. But there are any number of reasons why someone may leave a position being the head of a department in state government. And I don't pretend to speculate on why Liesl is leaving. But I don't recall at the top of my head. I saw the article real briefly. I think they've already announced who's going to be the next director of Eagle. I can't recall at the top of my head, but I'm pretty confident that this new person is going to continue to carry out the work and mission of Eagle that Liesl Clark has provided excellent leadership in support of. Because obviously, you know, the chairs of these different departments, they're appointed by the governor, Governor Whitmer, and they're accountable to the governor. And Governor Whitmer, as I've said a few times, has publicly been very committed to expanding renewable energy in Michigan. The Michigan Healthy Climate Plan, again, this was a very lengthy process that they went through to come up with a blueprint on how Michigan's going to decarbonize, you know, between now and I don't know, 2035 or something like that. And obviously, she's only going to be here for another 4 years because you only get 2 terms as governor. So, but she wants to make significant progress during the next 4 years in order to kind of meet this kind of the different goalposts within this Michigan Healthy Climate Plan. So the governor can't do all the work, obviously, on her own. She relies upon staff to carry out her principles and her goals. And so EGLE is a critical department for implementing policies at the administrative level and for also to interface with the legislature now that Democrats are in control of the House and Senate. Up until now, the governor has to negotiate with the Republicans on everything in the legislative process, including, environmental policies, renewable energy policies. But the governor was never in a real serious position of strength on some of these legislative policies, just because the Republicans control the House and the Senate. But now that the Democrats control the House and the Senate, the governor is in a much better position of implementing some of her agenda. And I was in downtown Detroit for celebration. This is a non-GLREA capacity. This is on my own personal time. But, I was at some of the various celebrations of the Democrats winning. But one of the things that the governor talked about in her speech, her re-election congratulatory speech, is that she rattled off 4 different issue areas that she is very committed to. And one of them is expanding, as she put it, clean energy in Michigan. Clearly, clean energy refers to clean, renewable energy. And a major part of her Michigan Healthy Climate Plan is to promote renewable energy, both at the utility scale as well as the small scale distributive level. It's also to encourage electric cars, and it's also to start promoting electric heat in buildings and people's homes. So we can get away from not only coal, but also from natural gas, which provides a lot of the fuel for heating. And it also provides a lot of carbon dioxide. So going back to the question in the chat, I'm a little sad to see Lisa leaving, but I'm sure the person taking over will be as good as she is. And I'm sure Lisa will end up maybe back in the private sector, maybe back in the nonprofit sector, because prior to becoming head of EGLE, Lisa was the president of the Energy Innovation Business Council, which is one of our close allies. So she comes from this world, and most people that come from this world tend to stay within this world, maybe with a few visits to state government. So I'll stop there. It's 12:58, Kendall, and maybe it's time that we switch gears to our 1 o'clock presentation and with Professor Mark Jacobson. So I'll turn it back over to you, Kendall, for the introduction.
Okay, thanks, John, and welcome, Mark. I have the pleasure of getting to introduce Mark as our keynote address speaker. He's going to be talking about how Michigan and the United States can completely transition from fossil fuels to renewable energy. So let me introduce Mark Jacobson. He's the director of the Atmosphere and Energy Program and the professor of Civil and Environmental Engineering at Stanford University. He is also a senior fellow of the Woods Institute for the Environment and of the Precourt Institute for Energy. His career focuses on better understanding air pollution and global warming problems and developing large-scale clean renewable energy solutions to them. Mark has published 6 textbooks and over 175 peer-reviewed journal articles. In 2019 and in 2022, he was selected as one of the world's 100 most influential people in climate policy by Apolitical. And in 2022, he received the Visionary Clean Tech Influencer of the Year Award at the World Clean Tech Awards. He has served on an advisory committee to the US Secretary of Energy. He's appeared in a TED Talk and on the David Letterman Show to discuss converting the world to clean energy. And he co-founded the Solutions Project nonprofit. His work is the scientific basis of the energy portion of the US Green New Deal and laws to go to 100% renewable energy in cities, states, and countries worldwide. Global warming, air pollution, and energy insecurity are three of the most significant problems facing the world today. Mark is going to discuss with us the development of technical and economic roadmaps to convert the energy infrastructures of 145 countries, including the US and Michigan, to those powered by 100% wind, water, and sunlight for all purposes after energy efficiency measures have been accounted for. And for all purposes, that includes electricity, transportation, building, heating, and cooling, and industry. So with that, I would like to turn it over to Mark and welcome him and start his presentation.
Okay, thanks very much for that kind introduction. I'm going to share my slides here first, and then we'll start. Oops. Sorry, I can't even see my other. Do you see my slides?
Yeah, we can see your slides in the, yeah, there you go. Yep.
Okay, great. Yeah, so I'm going to talk about transitioning the world. We did energy plans for 145 countries and also all 50 US states, including Michigan. And I want to report these results. But first, what's the motivation? Well, we look at it from an air pollution, global warming, and energy security point of view. So we're not only trying to solve the climate problem, but also the world's air pollution problems and energy security problems simultaneously. So any solution has to not only address climate, but also has to address pollution. And so this is why certain proposed solutions to carbon, for example, are not on our radar for solving, are not being included because they don't actually address air pollution. Sometimes they increase it. So our energy solutions are really to transition all energy sectors to wind, water, and solar, well, electricity and direct heat that's powered by wind, water, and solar. So for example, in transportation, we go primarily to battery electric vehicles or some hydrogen fuel cell for long distance heavy transport, like long distance aircraft, long distance ships, maybe some long distance trucks and trains. But for everything else, it'd be battery electric. And for hydrogen fuel cell, well, the hydrogen would have to be produced from renewable electricity, wind, water, solar electricity. I'll get back to hydrogen in a second. But for heating and cooling, which is mostly in buildings, we'd use either district heating and cooling or individual heaters and coolers in buildings that are electric heat pumps running on electricity powered by wind, water, solar. And heat pumps are much more efficient than combustion heating. In fact, they use 1/4 the energy on average compared with combustion heating because they just move heat around rather than create it. In district heating and cooling, well, 7% of the US is already under district heating. And for district heating and cooling, we would provide that heat and cold with the heat pumps as well, where the heat comes from electricity, or we provide the heat with geothermal heat or solar heat. For industry, we'd electrify that as well with electric arc furnaces, induction furnaces, resistance furnaces, dielectric heaters, electron beam heaters. All these would run on electricity. Electricity would be provided by onshore and offshore wind, solar photovoltaics on rooftops and in power plants, concentrated solar, geothermal electricity, hydroelectricity, tidal wave electricity. And it'd be mostly wind and solar, but with a smattering of the rest. Now, with hydrogen, I mentioned we'd use that for vehicle transport, but also there'd be hydrogen used for steel manufacturing and ammonia manufacturing. And again, we'd use just green hydrogen. We wouldn't use what's called blue hydrogen or any other color of hydrogen. Gray hydrogen is just natural gas producing hydrogen. Blue hydrogen is hydrogen with carbon, or is natural gas producing hydrogen, but with carbon capture added. We don't include carbon capture in any of our plans because it just increases energy requirements, which means either more fossil fuels and more air pollution, or if you take it from that energy from renewables, that renewables can't then replace fossil fuel power plants. Therefore, you can't reduce the air pollution from the power plants, and you increase the fuel mining from those for those power plants. And also carbon capture doesn't reduce any air pollution at all. It takes only carbon dioxide either out of a stream, an exhaust stream, or out of the air directly. So the air pollution from power plants continues. In fact, it goes up when you increase the amount of energy you needed to run the carbon capture equipment. So that's just a non-starter. So we don't include any carbon capture, direct air capture, or blue hydrogen. Only green hydrogen, and those hydrogen has to be used in fuel cells for transportation or in industry for ammonia or steel production. We'll need storage for 100% wind, water, solar. So we need electricity storage, heat storage, cold storage, and then also hydrogen is stored. So the types of electricity storage include concentrated solar power, storage, pumped hydroelectric power, existing hydroelectric dams, batteries, flywheels, compressed air storage, and gravitational storage with solid masses. Heating and cooling storage, use water tanks for hot and cold water, ice for cold, underground heat storage in boreholes, water pits, and aquifers, and also in building materials. And then we'd have, and hydrogen would be a form of storage. But again, I mentioned the applications of that. Now, is it possible to use just wind, water, and solar to transition the whole world? We examined 145 countries, which represent 99.7% of all world emissions. And if you sum up the 2018 end-use power demand in these countries, it's 13.1 trillion watts or terawatts. That's expected to go up to 20.4 terawatts in 2050. But if we transition to wind, water, solar, an interesting thing happens. We go down about 56.4% to 8.9 terawatts for our 2050 demand. That's because when we use battery electric and hydrogen fuel cell vehicles, we use less energy, much less energy than an internal combustion engine vehicle. For example, a battery electric vehicle, about 80 to 86% of the electricity going into the vehicle goes to move the vehicle, and the rest is waste heat. For a gasoline vehicle, only 20% of the energy in the gasoline goes to move the vehicle, and the rest is waste heat. So you reduce your power requirements on the order of 75% by going to electric vehicles. Same thing with heat pumps, and electrified industry is also more efficient. We also eliminate all the energy mining, transporting, and refining fossil fuels and uranium, and that's 11.3% of all energy worldwide. And then we think we can squeeze about 6.6% or more of energy efficiency beyond what's going to happen in the business as usual case. So that adds up to 56.4% reduction of power demand worldwide without even changing our habits. And that means not only, so we're using less energy. So even if the cost per unit energy were the same, our annual bills would be 56% less. And this is a good thing. So here's a timeline showing this transition between 2020 and 2050. And it shows this is again for the world, basically summarizing the data I just showed. So up at 2050, if we don't do anything, we go up along the top line, business as usual case of 20.4 terawatts. But if we electrify and provide the electricity with wind, water, solar, we go down those 5 shades of colors to the wind, water, solar line, 100% wind, water, solar, 8.9 terawatts. And then we provide all that remaining energy demand with wind, water, and solar. This timeline shows an 80% transition by 2030 and an 100% by 2050. And this transition timeline would avoid 1.5 degrees Celsius global warming. We're about 1.1 degrees Celsius. And so if we don't do anything, it's going to far surpass 1.5. But this actual transition timeline does do the job. However, if we get it by 2030, there's no reason we shouldn't be able to transition by 2035 even. If we can do 80% by 2030, why shouldn't we be able to do 100% by 2035? This shows the same end result in 2050, but 100% transition by 2035. And right now we have 95% of the technologies we need to transition to get 100%. So the last 5% are mostly like long distance aircraft, long distance ships. We know how to do that, but it will take time for those technologies. But pretty much everything else, there are a few other ones that will take more time, the next 13 years or so. But there's no barrier to getting at least 95% within 5 to 10 years, and there's no technical barrier, and 100% within 15 years, because we know everything. We don't need miracle technology. That's my point. We don't need any miracles. We don't need technologies that might take 10, 20 years. In fact, small modular nuclear reactors. I mean, these won't even be available till 2030. Well, we need an 80% transition by 2030. And these small modular reactors, well, first of all, they're claimed to be ready by then, but who knows? And the cost, the cost will be enormous. They're already doubling the cost that they used to estimate for the small modular reactors. They've already doubled those costs, and history of nuclear is everything is delayed and higher cost. And then we don't even know what the impacts of all, if we're going to have many of the same problems with existing nuclear, such as weapons proliferation, meltdown risk, waste risk, underground uranium mining issues, etc. In any case, we can do it with just clean renewable energy technologies, and there is a pathway. The key is to actually implement that pathway as fast as possible in as many places as possible. Now, this shows for the 145 countries, the mix of wind, water, solar in 2050, well, one mix averaged over all the countries. Each country has a different mix, but this is average over all countries. So it's 32% onshore wind, 13% offshore wind, 16% rooftop PV, 30% utility PV, about 3% concentrated solar power, about 1% geothermal electricity, about 5% hydroelectricity, and small amounts of everything else. And then on the right, this shows the RFC grid, which is the grid that Michigan lies in, and it shows a mix we did for our US plans. And this is the whole grid, so it's not just Michigan, but it's 21% onshore wind, 14% offshore wind, 15% rooftop PV, 49% utility PV. And then the hydro in both cases is existing hydro. So we don't grow the hydro average power over the year for hydro. We're just keeping it the same. And in any case, that's the mix for the RFC. But how much land would a transition take worldwide? Well, we don't need new land for offshore wind or tidal and wave or for rooftop PV. And we don't have any new hydro, and geothermal is pretty small. So the only new land is for utility PV and CSP and onshore wind. And onshore wind, that land is just spacing between wind turbines. And you can even put solar panels on that in that open space. Or you can put agriculture, rangeland, farmland. But worldwide, the onshore wind spacing area is about 0.36% of the world land area. Utility PV plus CSP is about 0.17%. So a total of 0.53%. So even if that onshore wind area couldn't be used for anything else, this is still, just for comparison, in the US, 1.3% of all US land area is taken up by the fossil fuel industry. So compared, and in the US, for our US wide plan, we estimate less than 1% of US land area. For Michigan, it would be about 1.9%, although that could be traded off with more rooftop PV, for example, and less utility PV, and also putting PV on the onshore wind land, that would reduce that land area for the spacing area of the wind as well. But so these are both very modest land requirement percentages. Can we keep the grid stable? Well, we did grid stability analyses for all 145 countries, but in the US, we also did it for the 50 states, where we broke up the states into these different grid regions that already exist. So for the RFC grid, which Michigan is within, this shows for 2 years, every 30 seconds, matching supply of electricity supply, well, matching electricity demand, which is variable. And this is in 2050. So it's projected electricity demand every 30 seconds with electricity supply plus storage plus using demand response and interconnecting transmission within the RFC grid. And it shows that we can keep the grid stable every 30 seconds with just wind, water, and solar, with intermittent wind, water, and solar. People say, well, the wind doesn't always blow, the sun doesn't always shine. Well, that's true. But when you combine wind and solar, that smoothens out the overall supply. When you interconnect wind and solar over large geographic regions, that smoothens out the supply. When you combine that with storage and using demand response, which is to give people incentives to, or change the electricity rates for different times of the day to shift people's electricity use, and all these mechanisms together, you can actually match power demand with supply. It's just an optimization problem. It's not rocket science. So what's the overall cost of keeping the grid stable worldwide and in Michigan? Well, worldwide, this capital cost is $61.5 trillion. And that's the worldwide Green New Deal cost. So that would transition everything. That would eliminate air pollution, 7 million air pollution deaths per year that occur worldwide, eliminate emissions associated with global warming, and eventually the CO2 that's in the atmosphere and other greenhouse gases would come out, but that eliminates the emissions. In the US, it's about $7 trillion. And in China, about 13. In Michigan, it's about $280 billion to transition. But really, that's not really the relevant cost. What's the annual cost? That's what's relevant. And how does that compare to what we're paying right now? So here's the relevant numbers. Right now, the world pays on the order of $11 trillion per year for energy, but that'll go up to 17.8 trillion by 2050. And also right now, there's about a $30 trillion health cost per year due to the 7 million deaths plus hundreds of millions of illnesses each year. And so that's, that won't disappear in a business as usual case. And then climate costs are estimated to be about $32 trillion per year in 2050. So that's the social cost is $83 trillion per year. Whereas if we go to wind, water, solar, we eliminate the health and climate costs, and our energy requirements go down 56%. Remember, I talked about that. But the cost per unit energy is also estimated to decline by another 10 to 15%. So we go down from 17.8 trillion a year to 6.6 trillion per year, or a 63% reduction in the energy cost, and also a 92% reduction in the social cost of energy. For Michigan, similar thing, 62% reduction in the energy cost, 86% reduction in the social cost. So yeah, we go down from $70 billion per year in energy to $27 billion per year for energy going to wind, water, solar. So you can see the clear benefits, the three clear benefits of a wind, water, solar system are eliminating health costs, eliminating climate costs, and reducing energy requirements, thus reducing annual energy costs substantially. Now, let me just jump to policies. So our first plan to transition to 100% wind, water, solar was a worldwide plan in 2009. And this called for a 100% transition by 2030, or at least it evaluated that. And the conclusion was, well, it's technically and economically possible to transition by 2030, but for social and political reasons, 2050 transition is more likely with 80% by 2030. So this turned out to be the scientific basis for the Green New Deal. Little did we know at the time. But the Green New Deal in the US is actually a policy that's never in the federal level has been proposed in Congress, but has never been voted on. Worldwide, there are now 61 countries committed to 100% renewable electricity. And only one of these, Denmark, actually is committed to 100% renewable energy for all sectors. But these are mostly small countries. I mean, the emissions from China alone are equivalent to about 120 of the lowest emitting countries. So, even these 61 countries only represent a small portion of China's emissions if you add them all together. But it's not only China, but there's this another set of 10 countries, including the US, that make up, on the order of a third of all emissions as well. And so the US is the second leading emitter of greenhouse gases. But anyway, so all countries need to participate in this, but it's good to see that there are commitments being made, because really that's the first step. Make a commitment and then see how to get there. And so we really advocate for or support policies that call for 100% renewables. And just to, people say, well, is that possible? And it turns out there are 16 countries and states that are near or above 100% annual of their annual electricity generation or wind, water, solar, or their consumptions from wind, water, solar. So for example, those countries on the left, Iceland, Norway, Costa Rica, Paraguay, Albania, Bhutan, Nepal, Ethiopia, and the Congo, well, they generate 98.5% or to 100% of their electricity from wind, water, solar. Kenya, Tajikistan, and Namibia, which is mislabeled a little bit, they're all above 91%. Now, interestingly, in the US, there are 3 states that of their electricity consumption are at or above 100%. So South Dakota actually generates 120% of the electricity it consumes with just wind, water, solar. In fact, it's all wind and hydro. So in fact, 77% of that 120% is wind and the rest is hydro. So it's actually generating more than it consumes. It also produces fossil fuels, but that'll make it so it's actually producing around 200% of its total electricity consumption. And all the rest is all the difference above 100% is exported. But the point is, it actually generates at least 100% of its consumed energy with wind, water, solar. Washington State is close to 90, is about 97%, mostly hydro, but also wind now, some solar. And Montana is around 91 or 2%. So, and then Scotland generates almost 100% of its electricity consumed by wind, water, solar. Now, there are laws in the US statewide to go to 100%. So Rhode Island has a law to go to 100% renewables in the electric power sector by 2030, Washington, D.C. by 2032, Connecticut and Oregon by 2040, Hawaii, California, New Mexico, Washington State, New York, Illinois by 2045, and Puerto Rico, Nevada, Maine, Wisconsin, Virginia, New Jersey, North Carolina, and Nebraska by 2050. So there's a lot of policy that's put in place. But the nice thing is that there are a lot of states obviously that don't have these policies, but as I mentioned, like South Dakota, also Iowa has a lot of wind. I mean, so there are states that have actually implemented a huge amount of wind, water, solar, but don't actually have many policies to go to renewables. There are 180 cities in the US that are committed to 100% wind, water, or renewables, and the blue ones are big cities, and the ones in red are smaller cities. And these are just some of the cities, but there are 160. There are also over 360 international companies that have committed their global operations to be running on 100% renewables by different dates, and including 8 of the 10 biggest companies in the world, which are the ones in blue. And well, anyway, so just to summarize, and I didn't talk about jobs, but worldwide, we estimate about 28 million more long-term full-time jobs than lost, about 242,000 more produced than lost in Michigan, and about 3 to 4 million in the US as a whole. Worldwide, we'd require only about 0.17% of land for footprint, 0.36% for spacing. We'd avoid 7 million air pollution deaths worldwide, about 1,300 per year in Michigan. In the US, it's about 78 to 80,000 per year. We'd slow then reverse global warming. We think we can keep the grid stable with wind, water, solar, 63%, that's 63% lower energy costs and 92% lower social costs. And finally, if you want more information, there's a book, the actual papers are at this link. There's an online course, there are infographic maps that make it convenient to look at states and countries and cities, the actual energy plans for each one. And then I update a lot of information on Twitter. But anyway, I'm happy to answer any questions. So I will stop there, and let me know if you want me to stop sharing my screen. I can do that.
Yeah, thank you so much, Professor Jacobson. That was an excellent presentation, and I have never actually seen a presentation like this before. So I really appreciate the information that you presented here today. And we definitely have a lot of questions and comments in the chat. I'm going to try to go through some of them. We have about 6 minutes before our next agenda item. But again, wanted to say thank you for being here with us today on a Saturday.
Sure.
So we do have a couple of things in the chat, but I also see John Sarver raise his hand as well. John Sarver, do you want to ask your question?
Well, sure. I saw an earlier study, I think 2015 for Michigan, which had a greater reliance on offshore wind. I think was about 1/3 by 2050. And what you're kind of showing us today has a significant amount of offshore wind, but I think about half of it. And I'm guessing it's because the earlier study was just exclusively Michigan, and the numbers you're showing today are really the region we're in. So actually, potentially, right, for our specific state, we may actually have a greater reliance on offshore wind.
Yeah, so you're referring to our previous study from 2015 had more offshore wind. Yeah, I could dig up the numbers because I actually have Michigan specific estimates, but I think it would probably be, yeah, I think it was probably lower offshore wind than previously, probably more solar, utility solar, but Yeah, I don't know. I'm just guessing, so I don't know for sure, but it's all available. I mean, the nice thing about it is there are actually many options. Like, I mean, if we don't have enough willpower to do more offshore wind, we can move to utility solar or some more onshore wind. So this is just one scenario, and that one scenario turns out to work. And I think, if we had a different scenario, that would also work. I mean, we haven't found a scenario that doesn't work in any of the states or the countries we've looked at. So that's the good news. But I can't say exactly how much offshore wind without looking at it in detail.
Thank you. Carrie, you have your hand raised. Do you have a question?
Yes, in the slides that I saw on the studies for going to 100% renewables, I noticed that the geothermal was not well represented. It's a very low percentage of the mix. And my understanding, a low grade geothermal could potentially provide much more than what we're seeing today if the right incentives are there. What's your thoughts about that? Why is it so low?
Well, first of all, I think that number refers to geothermal electricity versus geothermal. Are you referring to geothermal heat?
Yeah.
Yeah. So the geothermal electricity, there are only 13 states that have good geothermal electricity options. So, well, actually, there is potential for geothermal electricity, especially heat pumps. I mean, there are ground source heat pumps that basically get their heat from the ground. So that those can go up in any state. But actually in this US steady state where it shows zero geothermal heat and solar heat, it's actually not because there's zero resource. It's because we actually did that just assuming without accounting for any geothermal heat or solar, just to see, or solar thermal, just to see if we can solve it without any. And we can. So there definitely is geothermal resource, heat resource in every state, in every country. And so for the country plans, we did include geothermal heat as part of the resource. But for the US state plans, we actually just did it. We just solved the problem without any geothermal heat or solar heat. It doesn't mean, I think there'll definitely be geothermal heat. I'm thinking there'll be less and less solar heat because even putting solar hot water heaters on your roof, it's actually more advantageous these days. I mean, the reason you put a solar hot water preheater on your roof, for example, is to preheat your hot water heater. But it's more efficient if you have PV on your roof and just get an electric heat pump water heater and just add a few more solar panels, because why would you want two types of solar on your roof? It just costs more. You have two different contractors. And we actually did an analysis showing it's just cheaper to have more solar PV on your roof, use a heat pump, than to have both solar PV and a solar hot water heater on your roof. So I think we're not going to have a whole lot of solar thermal, but we will have geothermal heat for sure. We just didn't include it in that calculation.
Thank you. We probably have time for just one more question. I know there were several in the chat, but Lee, do you want to go ahead and ask your
Well, the question is that wind, water, and solar doesn't move any carbon molecules from one place to another. So where do we get a supply for new plastics and new other things that contain both hydrogen and carbon?
Actually, these plans all assume that we retain some oil temporarily for plastics, so for non-energy sources. So I think we eliminate natural gas entirely and coal entirely, but there's some residual petroleum for that, and we account for the transport of that petroleum with wind, water, solar transportation, like hydrogen fuel cell ships, electric trains and trucks, things like that.
Yeah, and biomass?
We don't include biomass in our plans. Yeah, because we're eliminating combustion. We want to eliminate all burning of things because that's what creates pollution. So yeah, we don't include biomass in our energy plans.
So that's not an economical way to get rid of the oil and gas that you considered as a need for plastics.
Well, we got rid of all the oil and gas needed for energy. Are you saying can you use biomass instead of oil for plastics? Is that what you're asking?
Yes.
Oh, okay. Yeah, that's fine. I mean, yeah, any option to replace the remaining, the residual oil would be great if it works, if it doesn't involve combustion.
Yeah, thank you.
Sure.
Yeah, thank you for all the great questions, also the questions in the chat. And just wanted to say again, a big thank you to you, Professor Jacobson, for being here with us today and for presenting. There were a few questions from folks. Would you be willing to share your slides from today with the group? Is that something
Yeah, for
that
sure. I can send them. I can send them to you.
Okay, great. Thank you so much. Hope you have a good rest of your weekend, unless you're going to stay on for a bit, but we really
Actually, I have to get
appreciate
going.
yeah, we
Okay.
really appreciate having you here today. So
All
thank
right.
you.
Thank you very much. Thanks everybody for the great questions. Listening. Bye.
Bye. Okay. Well, that was an awesome presentation, and I'll, as soon as I get those slides, if I do before the end of the meeting today, I'll let everyone know that they'll be in the folder that I shared. So I wanted to move on to, we'll hand it over to Mark Clevey and Galen Hardy for the GLREA awards.
Unmute. Okay, great. Is there a big black line in the middle of this at the top?
Nope.
No,
Good.
looks good.
Okay, good. There is on mine, but I'll just ignore it. Well, there we are. Great. Welcome, everybody, to GLREA's 2022 Annual Awards. I'm your coordinator and host, Mark Clevey. I'm the vice president and a GLREA lifetime member. We have two committees that helped work on these awards. First one is our GLREA Awards Committee, which is myself, Galen Hardy, Dennis Marvin, and John Sarver. And then we have the Melanie McCoy Award, which you'll hear more about that. That includes Julie Baldwin, Melanie McCoy, and of course, Janice Means. I want to take a moment to sincerely thank everyone, including Dennis and Marvin and others who for their outstanding service on this program. I think to paraphrase the Irish poet Seamus Heaney, for me and many others, the annual GLREA Awards are clearly a time when hope and history rhyme. GLREA is honored to recognize a group of people who are the change they wish to see in the world. We are humbled by their personal and professional dedication to making the world a better place with renewable energy, of course. And through their outstanding entrepreneurship, leadership, and dedication, Michigan is mitigating some of the worst ravages of climate change risk, even as we speak today. GLREA's annual awards are but a small token of our appreciation and recognition for a job well done. Each award is an engraved wall plaque that has been mailed out to each of our recipients because we're doing this as a Zoom meeting today. We sincerely hope that these awards serve in some small way to help them continue in their efforts to speed up the green energy train in Michigan. Towards that end, I've asked several of my GLREA colleagues to help out with these awards. And the first will be given out by our esteemed GLREA President Kendall Kuhnman. Kendall, you have the floor.
I'm here. Give me 1 second. Okay. All right. Well, thank you, Mark. So for our first award, this is the Exemplary Partnership Award. It's given this year to Julie Roth, who is the Senior Energy Analyst for the Office of Sustainability and Innovation at the City of Ann Arbor for the Solarize Ann Arbor program. The Solarize program provides bulk discounts for customers. In under 3 years, Solarize Ann Arbor has leveraged over 480 installations and 4 megawatts of new solar. The sales ratio is 44%, and thousands of individuals have benefited from the Solarize education program. 12 local and regional Michigan Saves aligned installers have participated in various group buys over the past 2.5 years. And the Solarize program also helps installers stabilize their workflow, grow their businesses, reduce their costs, hire more workers, and focus on engineering, design, and installation. So I want to say a big congratulations to Julie for a job well done. Congratulations. We're not in person, so we'll clap. Thank you, Julie. And with that, I will turn it over to Dennis Marvin.
Very good. Thank you very much, Kendo and Mark and all the others on the committee. Our second award is the Innovative Entrepreneur Extraordinaire Award and is being given to my good friend, Chuck Hookham, president of Arbor Consultants. For well over 40 years, Chuck has worked in the electric power sector. And in fact, I had the privilege of working with Chuck in the tail end of my career with Siemens Energy and Consumers Energy. And he was a great colleague and obviously he still is today. So Chuck is a registered professional engineer in multiple states and counties and countries. Through his extraordinary innovative entrepreneurialism, Chuck has been instrumental in speeding up the centralized and distributed green energy train in Michigan. He's also a tireless volunteer who does not hesitate to lend his time and expertise to green energy advocates. He's a very good friend of GLREA, a member of the City of Ann Arbor Energy Commission, and he was recently elected to the Michigan Energy Options Board of Directors, one of our very close allies. Congratulations to you, Chuck, for your outstanding work on behalf of green energy. And now I'm turning the microphone over to John Freeman, the GLREA Executive Director, for our next award.
Mark, can you move the slide forward?
Oh,
Mark, I don't have my script in front of me, so I'm just going to kind of wing it a little bit.
Okie dokie.
I first met Bob Sutherland a couple years ago with Ken Zabara. Ken set up the meeting with Bob because Bob has proven to Ken to be a stalwart champion of supporting different environmental and renewable energy efforts and causes. And Bob runs a company in Glen Arbor called Cherry Republic. And what Bob does is that he uses his business in order to raise funds to support various environmental campaigns and causes that he supports. He rounds up expenses that he charges for everything he sells in Cherry Republic. And if anybody hasn't been to a Cherry Republic store, it's an extraordinary experience because they literally sell every conceivable item involved with cherries, and they're delicious. And so I love going to Glen Arbor to see the store, and it's like a little empire. I mean, it's the place to go when you go to Glen Arbor. And I know there's one in Ann Arbor as well, over on Main Street. And so it's just an extraordinary business. But Bob has been supporting GLREA and renewable energy in Michigan the last couple of years with some significant financial support. And we're just very appreciative of him as a business person who is using his business to support efforts to make Michigan the best place to live, raise a family, and run a business. So congratulations, Bob. I know he can't be on today, but we want to wish him all the very best and encourage all of our members to shop at Cherry Republic.
So, John, let me just add one piece. I know that you don't have your script. The thing that, with all that great stuff that Bob does, the thing that really tripped this award this year was an employee program that he put together for his employees, where he encourages them to buy solar, but also set up a way for them to finance their solar system through employee payroll reduction and things like that. And while many people can talk about many small businesses that in Michigan can say that they're running their facility or they can't do this or they can't do that and what they can do is an employee benefit program similar to what Bob has done here, very easy. So between Michigan Saves Financing, an employee reduction benefit program that allows them to pay their monthly thing through their employee deductions and incentives and other things offered by this small business, we think that they are, Cherry Republic not only is an outstanding corporate citizen, but they represent something that every single small business in Michigan should be doing, supporting their employees, investing in their employees. And this is one way to do it. Invest in their employees' health, security, education, and quality of life with solar energy. And so Bob Sutherland is doing this, and we congratulate him for stepping out not only on renewable energy and supporting those causes, but being an outstanding example to every single small business in Michigan that can easily do exactly what he has done. So with that, we should turn this over to Galen and our intern, Megan, for the next award. Thank you.
All righty. Thank you both, Mark and John. My name is Galen Hardy, and I'm a member of the GLREA Board of Directors. With me today is Megan Husted, a new GLREA employee who was previously a GLREA intern working on environmental justice and other project ideas, which including the project we are honoring today, Megan.
Thank you, Galen. Environmental justice is the practice of ensuring that climate change risk mitigation benefits everyone. This year, the GLREA Environmental Justice Award is being given to the Michigan Environmental Justice Coalition for their creation of an exemplary interactive mapping and measurement tool, the Michigan EJ Screen, for the state of Michigan. This important tool enables renewable energy developers to formally factor environmental justice metrics into return on investment considerations for any given project. GLREA has incorporated the My EJ Screen in its soon-to-be published Community Solar Guide for local communities, funded under a grant from the Michigan Department of Environment, Great Lakes, and Energy. So congratulations to MEJC for your work on behalf of environmental justice and green energy. We'd now like to turn the microphone over to John Sarver for the next award.
Yeah, it's my pleasure to present the Exemplary Leadership Award to Mark Furta, the Corporate Director of Renewable Technologies for McNaught and McKay Electric Company. Under Mark's leadership, McNaught and McKay Solar Technologies Division has been on the cutting edge of solar technology for decades in Michigan. They have supplied solar modules to many of the largest installations in Michigan and also sponsored solarized aggregation programs and innovative bulk discount models. Most recently, through its collaboration with Meyer Burger, McNaughton is greening the solar supply chain in Michigan with high performance, low embedded carbon solar modules. So under Mark's leadership, McNaughton McKay is a solid sponsor of many of our educational programs, which we really appreciate. So congratulations, Mark, for your outstanding efforts related to solar in making the world a better place. And now I'm going to turn the mic over to John Kinch.
Thank you, John. That's the third John, by the way, for keeping track of these awards. And a shout out to Chuck as my board member. He's a great addition to Michigan Energy Options. I'm the executive director at Michigan Energy Options, and I'm also on the board at GLREA. The 2022 GLREA Sustainable Utility Award is being given jointly to the Cherryland Electric Cooperative and the Traverse City Light and Power for their successful launch and operation of the first community solar program in Michigan way back in 2013. Launched on the foundation of common interest among local environmentalists, green energy advocates, and historical architecture community, this project clearly demonstrates the viability of community solar as a preferred solution to climate change risk, as well as an enhancement to economic development, community quality of life, health, safety, and security. So congratulations to Cherryland and Traverse City Light and Power for this outstanding example of good and responsible government in action. And back to you now, Mark.
Thanks so much, John. Women have made significant contributions to green energy in Michigan as customers, businesses, business owners, educators, writers, speakers, board members, funders, grant administrators, regulators, students, elected officials, and advocates. Their success has been instrumental, in the apt words of Julie Baldwin, to speeding up the clean energy train and the green energy train in Michigan. So it's my sincere pleasure to ask Melanie McCoy to present the next award. Melody was, again, the first woman president of GLREA. And this award is made in her honor and in her name. So with that, I will turn this over to Melanie.
Thank you, Mark. I am honored, humbled, and a little embarrassed to have this, to present the Melanie McCoy Award for Outstanding Women in Solar. It's awarded to those women in Michigan who, through their outstanding leadership, accomplishments, and contributions, have significantly enhanced the role of women in the rapidly growing renewable energy industry in Michigan. And so it is my pleasure to award the 2022 Leadership Award for Outstanding Women in Solar to Mary Templeton, my friend, President and CEO of Michigan Saves. Mary has been a tireless leader and advocate for energy efficiency and renewable energy in Michigan. Under her expert leadership, she's significantly expanded loan funding. We heard about that earlier from Pat, for solar and other green energy technologies. She's also a strong advocate on behalf of women in renewable energy. Finally, she's an exceptional partner of the City of Ann Arbor and GLREA's Solarize programs. Congratulations, Mary, for your outstanding leadership and advocacy for women in solar, because you're the one that got me started in this years ago in Wyandotte. So thanks, Mary. It's my pleasure. So I'm not sure if you're here, but I did hear that you might want to say a word before I turn it back to Mark Clevey.
Oh my gosh, I did not expect that, but thank you, Melanie. I just put something in the chat, and I really appreciate the word. It's funny, Melanie, that you say that I got you into this. You're the one who got me into this, and you are one of the kindest, sweetest, most helpful people. And I think maybe we started together, but I am so honored and really, really appreciate it.
Thank you. My pleasure. Awesome. Mark, thanks for that opportunity.
Well, you're going to have it again next year too. So stay in there, hang in there, Melanie.
Okay.
Well, in closing, it has been my pleasure. This is one of my favorite things to do with GLREA. I remember years ago, 30, 40 years ago, when we were first starting to get together with the Michigan Solar Energy Association and first starting to work on the solar tax credit in Michigan, saying, isn't it going to be amazing, 50 years from now, we'll be celebrating successes of these people. And it has been a pleasure watching people grow. There's many people that we've worked with in the last 40 years that probably will never make our list, but you're all winners in one way or another, and you all deserve our sincere thank you. So on behalf of GLREA and our awards committee, I wish to thank again Melanie, Julie, Janice, John, Dennis, Kendall, Megan, Ken, and Galen, and all the green energy advocates who have made our GLREA awards both possible and meaningful. We look forward to next year's awards. We're always looking for good nominations, and if you have one, don't hesitate to send it on to me. And with that, I would like to turn the microphone back to our esteemed Executive Director, John Freeman. John?
Well, thank you, Mark. We're a little ahead of schedule. Our next panel starts at 2:10. I don't know if we want to take a break and come back, or whether, is Will on yet? I know John Kinch is on.
Hey, Mark, we can still see your screen.
No, I don't know why that's okay. I'm not sure that's my screen.
Yeah, we got a lot of screens. I think it's Mark Jacobson's screen.
It's Mark Jacobson's screen. I don't know why that's there.
Maybe the host can take,
there you go.
Thank you.
So Kendall, we can either I don't know if we're prepared to start our next session a little early or whether we want to just stick to the schedule. I don't think Will is on yet. So maybe we.
Hey, John.
Yes.
This is Kinch. I'm pinging him right now over text saying if he's ready, we're ready to go. I'll see what he says.
Okay, that'd be great.
Yeah, and again, we could either take a break or we could, while we're waiting, or we could move ahead to the election results as well.
Why don't we do that? It'll just take a second. And, I'm chairing the nominating committee, but since I was running for reelection, I didn't think it was appropriate to count the votes. So I asked Melanie to be our vote counter. And so she's going to tell us what the results of were our election for new board members.
Okay, thanks to everybody that's voted. And again, next year, the same thing will happen. You'll get an email where you can vote. So the more people that vote, the more fun we have counting them up. But so our 4 elected this year are John Sarver, Dave Conkle, Carrie Church, and Alan Waller. And so congratulations to everyone. And we also have, just so everybody knows, and John, maybe you want to talk about, sometimes we have 1-year appointments and that kind of thing for people to come on the board. So it's just a great way of us growing our board.
Yeah, the other thing I'll mention, we do have the ability to make some 1-year appointments, but also we have developed a very good committee structure. I'm chairing the education committee. There's a public policy committee membership. And so if any of you are interested in getting more involved in our committee work, we really like to have board members and non-board members who are members kind of do this kind of nitty-gritty committee work. So if you're interested in serving on a committee, just send a note to John Freeman.
Thank you, Melanie and John. So if we haven't heard from our next presenter yet, you think we should go ahead and take a quick 10-minute break?
Sure, that'd be fine. So
Okay.
we'll come back at what time? 5 after 2?
Yeah,
Okay.
that sounds great.
Okay. Thanks a lot, everybody, and see you in a few minutes.
Thank you.
Well, Will Kenworthy is here.
So do you want to get started, Kendall?
Excellent.
Let's get started. Yeah. Welcome, Will. And I think John Kinch was going to introduce and moderate this session on the Inflation Reduction Act and how this federal law supports all of our work.
Excellent. Ready to go? You can hear me okay, Kendall?
Yes.
Super duper. Thank you. So the IRA was signed in August of this year. It's a $737 billion law, of which about $369 billion is being targeted towards climate change. And this means significant, even unprecedented investments in tax credits and energy efficiency, EVs, storage, the grids and renewables, in particular, solar. Here's some numbers to throw at you. $65 billion for renewable energy and clean electricity investment tax credits, or ITC. The same for production tax credits to the tune of about $63 billion, $37 billion for clean manufacturing, $37 billion for residential and commercial efficiency and clean electricity. A respected industry magazine, Utility Dive, some of you may follow this one, has said that the IRA will radically reshape the energy industry. Our friends at the Michigan Innovation Business Council have localized some of the funding in terms of its arrival in our own state. They estimate that we'll receive about $110 million to expand EV charging infrastructure. We've got about $15.8 million coming into the state energy program funding, which is managed by the state energy office. There's another $8 million or so for grid resiliency out there. Then there's a number of opportunities through competitive grants from the DOE to bring even more money into the state. Will Kenworthy is the regulatory director for the Midwest for Vote Solar, which is a national nonprofit that works in Michigan. Will and I have known each other for a long time. I think the last time we saw each other pre-COVID was having a beer at the Berghoff in the Chicago's Loop, wasn't it? Was it that long ago? Yeah, I think it was.
That was it.
Anyway, so he's responsible for shaping and guiding regulatory and legislative policies to advance markets and programs for solar power across the Middle West. He's also become in a very short while well-versed in the Inflation Reduction Act. And so we are going to be the beneficiaries of his knowledge on this. So we're going to talk about the law, mostly Will. I'm going to just kind of ask some questions. I encourage you all to ask questions in the chat, and I will get to those. If we can, we have about 30 minutes and a little bit of change, I think, together on this topic. And here's some ideas I have for topics, Will, but we'll feel free, to take us where we want to go with this. I mean, one of them is just what the IRA actually is. What does this law, what does this statute include? And in particular, what's the guidance we're getting from the Department of Treasury and also the IRS? What's the difference between tax incentives and also government grants? Because there is a distinction between those two. How a variety of incentives that are available through this law can be stacked to make projects pencil out. And then importantly, for many of us on this call, how do we access this money? How do we get this funding as nonprofits, as residents, as commercial businesses? Because we're all interested in how it's going to flow and how we can get access to it. So if you're game to those questions, why don't we just start with the most basic, Will, and talk a little bit about what the IRA is.
Sure. And thanks, John. It's good to see you, and it's good to see a lot of familiar faces and names here. So John and I, when we talked about this this week, we did I did a presentation on this a couple of months ago at an evening webinar that you all hosted, and I had a presentation, and we sort of agreed not to do all that. So I'm going to talk in more general terms, and if we need to get into specifics about what it is that what it is that any specifics, then we can pull it up, or maybe share screens. But I'm just going to talk generally here. I mean, as John mentioned, the Inflation Reduction Act, and combined with the IIJA, the infrastructure bill that passed the previous year, is going to have a huge impact across all parts of the energy sector and the electricity generation sector in particular, in the next couple of years. And that's going to play out in a couple of ways. Obviously, at a high level, the Inflation Reduction Act has, extensions of the investment tax credits that were, we previously had, and it restored the tax credits to the higher level, the 30% level that we had been in a staircase going down over the last couple of years, and it was scheduled to go down to 22% very soon. And so, bumping it back up to 30 is a big help. The other thing that it did, and then there's all kinds of other stuff that we're not even going to talk about today. There was all kinds of building efficiency. There's a lot of EV provisions. There's a lot of other kinds of efficiency provisions that are in there, so that there's opportunities for every part of the electricity sector. But focusing down on renewables and down on the solar in particular, a couple of things happened. Not only did we extend the investment tax credit, but for the first time now, solar is eligible for the production tax credit, which we can talk about what that is and how that's different from the investment tax credit that people are familiar with. And then it also added a bunch of sweeteners, a bunch of adders on top of the base tax credits that we're still in the process of figuring out how those are all going to be applied. And so we can talk a little bit about that too, about sort of where the IRS is on coming out with the guidance on how all these stacked benefits are going to happen. But at the basic level for residential customers who are going to be installing solar have typically been under what's called the IRS code section 25D. That's the residential investment tax credit for homeowners, that it applies to homeowners. There's also the business tax credit, which is in section 48 of the IRS code, and that will have the investment tax credit and the production tax credit that's eligible for for which businesses are eligible. And that's also where the refundable tax credits that nonprofits and municipal units of local government will be eligible to receive the business tax credit, which is in section 48. And that's the one where there's the opportunity to take either the production tax credit or the investment tax credit. And then the other thing that's going to affect our industry is that there are a lot of incentives for manufacturers of all parts of the solar supply chain: panels, inverters, trackers, batteries. So manufacturers will be eligible to get either investment tax credits or production tax credits for their production, which should reduce solar supply components and should offset some of the supply chain challenges that we've been seeing over the last couple of years. And as those supply chain challenges resolve, we will hope to see get back on the path of declining prices for solar components. So that's sort of the broad picture. We can dig in wherever you want.
Yeah, let's dig into a couple of those places, Will. Can you say a little bit more about the guidance piece of this, either coming out of Treasury or IRS, and what that means and to whom that is directed? Because I know a lot of companies, a lot of nonprofits, a lot of everybody's trying to figure out where we go next.
Right. So
with all this IRA,
all this new stuff that's in the that's in here. You know, the adders in particular, the applicability of different dates, all of that needs to be resolved through guidance that'll be issued by the IRS and Department of Treasury. The IRS typically does that. The Treasury does some of these. It's a very complicated. They've got a lot to do. It's not. It is complicated also, but there's just also a lot of it. And so within the Inflation Reduction Act, there was certain parts of the incentives, certain parts of the adders that had specific dates by which the Treasury Department had to release guidance, and those were mostly within, I think it was either 160 or 180 days from enactment for most of those. The Treasury Department's working on those now. And then there's some other guidance that was required to be issued but didn't have a date certain by which it had to be done. And so everyone expects that that's going to be done after. Sometime in October or November, Treasury Department came out with their first request for comments on a number of aspects of the tax credits. So they asked for comments from the public on the energy production credits, the energy generation production credits, and they asked a bunch of questions related to the production tax credit and the investment tax credits and implementation of those. Those comments were due, I think, November 4th or November 3rd or 4th. And so the Treasury Department's, absorbing and processing all the comments they got. We would expect guidance to be coming out on the questions that they asked sometime here in the near future. Like, a lot of these credits become active and people would be eligible for them beginning January 1st. So they need to be, they'll need to turn this around pretty quick. And so we should see that fairly quickly. And then there are other parts of the guidance that we might have to wait a little longer to get some clarity on. Some of the things that they're asking for guidance on, though, for example, the base tax credit at the simplest level, there's different rules for over a megawatt and under a megawatt. But for the under megawatt projects, the simple value stack of the tax credits is you've got the base 30% tax credit, and then you've got a tax credit for using domestic content, a 10% adder for using domestic content, and a 10% credit for projects that are located in energy communities. And energy communities, both the definition of the energy communities and what qualifies for domestic content is something that we're going to need to get guidance on. So that's one thing. And then there's, on top of that 50% potential, there's also two other tax credits that are allocated credits. They are limited to 1.8 gigawatts per year for the first couple of years. And those are tax credits for different types of low-income projects. There's a 20% tax credit for certain types of low-income projects, and then there's a 10% tax credit that is also eligible for that other types of low-income projects would be eligible for. But basically, it's multifamily homes and low-income benefit projects, and then there's a separate category, the 10% category for low-income projects.
So in building a capital stack to pay for a solar project, if you're a homeowner, it's a little different. You just take out a loan or you have cash on hand to do it. But obviously on the commercial side of things, the financing gets to be more complex.
Yeah.
But certainly in the solar development world, not that I'm a solar developer, but I certainly know those folks and talk to them and work with them. The idea is obviously to reduce your costs as much as you can. And so with these tax incentives and this ability to stack these tax incentives, you could ultimately have a lot of that cost coming off the front end of a project, thus making it more likely to pencil out and thus making your own profitability more likely in a project. So my understanding is you could stack these adders up to have something where you might have 50% off the cost of a project.
Yeah, I think that's a very reasonable, I think so two things, and there, it is, somewhat complicated and, sort of remains to be seen, but all these adders that we've been, so if you're just a residential customer, if you're a homeowner that put solar on your house, the 30% tax credit is what you're eligible for. In order to get these other sweeteners, you have to be working for the business tax credit. I think this is going to change the structure of the industry a little bit, because if you're in an energy community or using domestic content, and you're not the residential, the Section 25D tax credit does not apply, doesn't have these adders. So you only get these adders in the business tax credit side. So, but the business tax credit does apply to third-party finance systems. So if you're financing a system through a third-party finance system, then they can get those energy community and domestic content adders. Yeah, so I think that's a structural change that I think is going to have to shake out. People will have to think about, but we don't know yet. We don't have the guidance yet on what is an energy community and what is the what actually will qualify for the domestic content requirements. The energy community one's a really interesting one in particular, because that is defined in the statute, and I can get a cite to it, or I can pull up the cite to it, but it's a complicated definition, and it's a lot of ands and ands and buts, but and I've seen different people try to map what they think energy communities are. So there's one that Vibrant Clean Energy did. There's one that Resources for the Future did. There's one that the Jesse Jenkins group at Princeton did. There's one that Energy Innovations did. So I've seen a lot of different ones. And then just last week, the White House released this climate and economic justice mapping tool that uses the term energy community and disadvantaged communities, and has a lot of the same criteria that are in the Inflation Reduction Act, in the way that the tool is described. And if I was thinking about whether or not I would be eligible to be in an energy community, I think that's the first place I would look.
I think it's fair to say, the maps I've looked at, and you shared one in your presentation with GLREA a while back, it seems like it's broader than narrow in terms of what is being interpreted as an energy community. Is that fair to say?
Yeah, if you actually, this is kind of an interesting one. I actually pulled up the map, the White House map, and the one that we talked about in October. If I can have screen sharing privileges, I'll pull these up and we can just sort of.
I think that belongs to Kendall to do that.
Oh, got it. Okay.
Yeah, I think it might be open to everybody, actually. Yeah, there you go. Okay.
So this is from my presentation and this is just the Lower Peninsula. This is from my presentation in October, and you can see that's a lot of blue space that is either falls under the definition, one of the definitions as they read it and as they mapped it in the RA. So this is the Vibrant Clean Energy version of it. So then I compare it to, this is the tool that just came out from the White House. And you can see it's called the Climate and Economic Justice Screening Tool. It's just released version 1.0 last week. And this to me looks, oops, I just did that, there we go. This to me looks less generous, I guess, than than other ones I've seen. Zooming in here a little bit, you can see there's big swaths down here in the Lower Peninsula that are not, when you get into even like sort of the core metro Detroit area is less blue, less colored in than some of the other ones. So if I was a betting person or an investing person, I might look to this map as being more indicative than the other ones I've seen.
Yeah. So Will, I'm going to put you on a spot. You might not know the answer to this. I don't know the answer to this, and I'm getting asked this question more and more frequently, both kind of informally and formally. In other words, people I happen to know and they know what my day job is. They're thinking this: I want to rehab a commercial property. I want to make it as energy efficient as I can. I want to use beneficial electrification and get off of natural gas for my heat. I want to add solar on the roof, or I want to put an EV charging station out front of my building. Show me the money. How much of that kind of a aspiration can this IRA help? How much can all those different pots of money come to be for that ambition? And I guess the other question would be, to access that, are they going through their own municipality? Are they going through the state of Michigan Energy Office? Are they going through some in between them and the DOE? And any thoughts along these lines?
I think all the energy generation, all of the solar is going to be, that I'm aware of, is through tax credits in Michigan, right? There's other states I work in where we've got incentives, but in Michigan, it's all about the tax credits. There is a lot of money through the IIJA and through the Inflation Reduction Act for energy efficiency that is not necessarily in tax credits. There's a lot of tax credits that are available for residential improvements and commercial building improvements. But there's also a lot of, more traditional energy efficiency type money that's in there beyond the scope of what I'm able to.
And I do believe that some of the, just like with the ARA funding, some of the energy efficiency rebates and incentives that'll be available to residents and commercial businesses, I believe will somehow be tied into the state of Michigan, and there'll be some kind of a system created where folks can either get rebates immediately and incentives immediately, or something along those lines from what I've come to understand. And of course, we still have around the state, many of our utility programs are still offering rebates and incentives to customers for their continued energy efficiency. And actually, a number of those programs are offering incentives for beneficial electrification, EV chargers as well, at least on the non-regulated side, municipalities and cooperatives. Let's go back real quick, Will, before because we're running a little bit out of time. So production tax credits, a commercial operation only. Residential folks should just be thinking about the ITC. Don't worry about the PTC. I understand that. I get that. What about timing of all this? Like how soon should people begin to get in line, and who should they be talking to about what line they should get into?
Well, the main tax credits are not capped, right? There's like I said, the low income allocated credits are going to be competitive, and those are going to be hard to get. But the main base tax credit, the energy communities credit, and the domestic content credit are not capped. I mean, that's why a lot of people think this is going to be a lot more than 369 billion. It's going to be, we talked about this a little bit in October, that Goldman Sachs and Credit Suisse have both said, this might be $800 billion, because there's going to be a gold rush for these. You don't have to get in line. You just when you file either if you're a for-profit, taxable entity, you'll file your taxes and get the credit. And if you're a nonprofit or a unit of local government, then you'll apply for the refundable tax credit once that process is in place.
Yeah, so I mean, the ITC is extended to 2032, right? It's got a 10-year run, so that's a long time for people to Doesn't mean you should be delaying getting the solar on the roof of your home, but it also means you don't have to be there on Wednesday before the money runs out.
Right.
And
Right, but you don't, we're waiting for guidance for it, but for traditional projects, and if you're a traditional project and you're wanting, you can count on that 30% tax credit and do it. Or in fact, I think the regular ITC, for commercial projects and residential projects is already boosted back up to 30 for 2022.
I think you're right there. And you opened up an important topic, one that has many nonprofits like my own, as well as cities and others, universities, that whole swath of our economy and our communities that are nonprofits and have historically not been able to qualify for PTC or ITC. But now with this direct pay clause, it looks like they are going to be able to get some percentage off of the cost of doing these good investments, these good projects. But direct pay remains, at least to the folks I've been talking to, and believe me, we're tracking this because we're eager to find out the answer ourselves. It remains a little bit squishy. I'm not quite sure what it is yet. Do you have any insight on that?
No, again, we talked about this the other day. I don't know, a lot of people were probably around in 2009, 2010, 11, when we had the 1603B process from the 2008, stimulus bill. And that was that I assume it's going to be something like that. In fact, they still have that mechanism set up because there was still, until a couple of years ago, there was, sorry about this. Until a couple of years ago, there was still people reporting on what, you had to report production, and that the project was still operating 5 years after you first applied for the 1603B grant. So I assume it's going to be something similar to that. There's a process where you register with this site called, I can't remember what it stands for, but it's SAM. And
Yeah, sure, the government. Yeah, we know SAM.
Yeah. So you registered for the site, and then you had to input a lot of information, and you got the money, you got the check, but the check came.
So I'm going to put John Sarver on the hook real quick, because John, you might have been in that role with the state energy office back in 2008, weren't you? When there was that whole 1603B piece of the federal funding. Were you there then? Do you have any insight in the direct pay stuff?
No, because we weren't the state wasn't involved with that. It was a direct payment from the federal government. Okay. So I see state, we just skipped over the state, went right to those entities. Okay. All right. Oh, that's good to know that. There's some questions here. There's a lot, and I'm probably not going to be able to summarize too much. Go ahead. You're going to say something else, Will?
No, I was clearing my throat. Sorry.
Okay. I think that there's an awful lot of interest in EVs, and there's an awful lot of money heading to EVs. I keep trying to make the argument, as much as we can think about EVs with the bidirectional meters as a storage device is great, and also as much we can pair up EVs with solar, at least thinking about, especially in rural parts of our state where perhaps a DCFC is going to be a strain on that distribution grid to bring that much juice to that you could pair it up with solar. But I think EVs are to some extent the point of the spear for a lot of people being interested in clean energy, and solar ideally can complement that. Any insight about where EVs are heading, in particular with regard to solar energy, which is what GLREA is awfully concerned about and engaged with?
Yeah, well, I would just say, again, I don't know that much about the EV parts of the IRA, and I know that one is going to be super complicated because the domestic content requirements to be eligible for those credits are and I have read it, multiple times and I've read multiple explanations of it, and I still wouldn't feel qualified to express an opinion about it. So yeah, people are gonna have to sort that out. But one thing I would point out is, that this is a topic, and the ability to accommodate electrification has been a topic in the rate cases that we've been involved in with both consumers and DTE in the last couple of years. And there's a whole separate process on distribution system planning that the commissions got the utilities working on, and the future sort of grid access issues and electrification scenario planning that the utilities are doing, I think is really important on that tack. And then the related part of it, and a thing we talk about and we try to introduce and get the utilities to think about, is using DER capabilities to defer or avoid infrastructure upgrades where that might be necessary, right? There was a famous I guess it's famous because I've seen it popped up in other states I've been working on. But when DTE was going through their last distribution system planning process a couple years ago, leading up to the filing that they did in 2021, they actually had a chart where they showed the percentage of their circuits that are over capacity when you're at 2% EV penetration, and the number, and then they said, okay, what if we go to 5 or 7.5 or 10% or 15% EV penetration? And by the time you get to just like 15% EV penetration, all of a sudden like 75% of their circuits are over capacity at some point. That was a very simplified analysis, and there was a whole bunch of buts and ifs and things about it, including the fact that they weren't assuming any managed charging or load shape controls in there. But still, it was illustrative of the point that as we go along the electrification curve and as we try to encourage more electrification, we really need to be thinking about and ensuring that the distribution grid's ready to accommodate that. And then also another important point that's important to me and something that we've talked about a lot whenever we've been in these cases is making sure that the grid is serving all customers equitably, because it's not the same in downtown Detroit as it is, in some of the suburbs.
Right. We've talked about that. Pat O'Boyle, a colleague of mine, has a question, but I'm going to cut him off. No, just kidding, Pat, go ahead.
No, I just had a comment. One of the things that we've been looking at, and Eli's been looking at, it was back to your prior discussion, is a short-term loan that potentially could go into place until the direct pay was able to be received 12, 18 months later. So that's one of the things we've been looking at.
What are the rates?
Well, we don't know yet.
Oh, okay.
We gotta find the product.
Yeah, I mean, that's another part of the whole thing that I'm not involved in. My colleague John Delury, who I work with in the Midwest for Vote Solar, is very involved in the Green Bank. But there's a ton of money that came out of the IRA for green finance, and that is up to the states to implement. And I'm more familiar with what's going on in Illinois on that than in Michigan, but that's a huge opportunity, and that is up to the state to take advantage of it.
Absolutely. Any other questions from the room? Or Will, is there something that you and I talked about previously, not talking about here, that people might want to hear about? John Freeman's got a question, so go ahead, John.
Yeah, I don't know if Will had touched upon this, but it's my understanding under the Inflation Reduction Act that churches and other nonprofit organizations will be able to use some form of the investment tax credit for installing solar. Can you briefly explain how you think that will work?
Right, I think it's going to be that direct pay mechanism where I mean that with the 1603V grants, it was pretty straightforward. You filled out the form, you installed the project, filled out the form. It was a long form, and it was very intrusive, and you had to file a lot of documentation and pictures and everything. But once you filed it, you got a check. And I'm trying to remember for the clients I did this for when I was an installer. I think we got checks like weeks or maybe a couple months after we've completed the paperwork. It was not that long.
So the check will reflect 30% of the cost of the system to a nonprofit or to a church?
Yeah, or more if you're in an energy community and can qualify for the domestic content adder.
Okay, thank you.
And
it was like I was working for a client who was very skeptical, but he got a $100,000 check from the IRS.
That's great. Yeah. And I think one of the other adders is brownfields, right? Or at least former energy generation impoundments.
That's one of the criteria for the energy communities.
Yeah, for one of the energy communities. Yeah. And of course, I think that's a wonderful opportunity. If you look around the state of Michigan and the coal plants, they're coming offline, Campbell and others soon to be, they have lots of property there that even though the footprint of the coal plant itself might be relatively small, there are miles and miles and miles and miles of rail lines with coal cars sitting there that presumably are part of that same property and would be an ideal location to put solar.
Transportation was one of the criteria.
Yeah. So encouraging.
The fossil transportation infrastructure.
And these credits will apply to wind, solar, and geothermal?
Yep.
Great.
All right. Well, I think we're down to our last minute. I think, Will, have you had in your own head made any kind of comparisons of this to ARA and like the magnitude of it and how much more we're looking at with this legislation than even in the past when those were good days being an energy nonprofit during ARA. I remember those fondly.
Yeah, I've seen top level numbers for market projections for impact of this. Like I said, like the Princeton group has done one, Energy Innovations has done them. I haven't seen like real like granular market potential impacts from ARA. I'm going to dig into that because it's something that we're going to be pushing in the DTE IRP case. Is an increased distributed generation incentive that would ratchet up or hockey stick the adoption of distributed generation in DTE service territory. So that I'm all about that in the next. That's actually my December is trying to figure that out.
Okay.
My hypothesis is that if you throw a little that there's going to be a baseline amount acceleration of DG adoption because of the IRA, and that if you throw another $10 a megawatt hour or whatever, what would amount to a penny or two per kilowatt hour incentive on top of that you might be able to bump up adoption, and that would have a material impact on the utilities resource needs.
Yeah, I think so too. Well, John has another question. Go ahead, John.
Now, one final question. The French president was in Washington, D.C. for a state dinner a couple of days ago, and he made a big deal of how the Inflation Reduction Act is subsidizing, protectionism for the American energy industry and how that is inappropriate. Do you at all take seriously those comments? I mean, I got to believe that European countries do a lot of protectionism for their industries, but what's your reaction to that? This applies to both of you.
I have not. I heard about that. I also heard that President Biden said something about there might be some adjustments that might be needed to accommodate our European allies, because that's not who we're trying to target in with these incentives that we've applied to domestic manufacturing. I don't know how that's going to play out. And then the other thing is I understand that yesterday the Department of Commerce came out with a ruling on the Oxen solar case that I saw some pretty hyperbolic reactions from people in the industry. So I haven't had a chance to look at it, but it didn't look great.
So did Biden let Macron finish his lobster dinner with those remarks? I would have said, hit it.
Yeah, I mean, our trading partners have been belly aching about that since it passed. You know, I think this was the first one where we had a head of state in the country who made it, but I had heard those complaints for a while.
Well, Will, thank you. Good to see you. We'll see each other in person sometime soon. That's a promise. Appreciate your time this afternoon.
Me too.
Continue good work with Vote Solar.
Thanks.
Thank
See
you
around.
much.
All right.
Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
Back to you, John. I think we're finishing up here. One of the Johns, is it Sarver or Freeman? I can't remember. We all get so confused in our meetings, believe me. And then we have Richter to add to the mix.
That's true, but actually, we're not going back to me. We're going back to Kendall, our president.
Kendall, easy. Kendall, back to you.
Thank you, John. Yeah, and it's time to wrap up the meeting. We're a little early, but before we do, I just wanted to say thank you to John Freeman for coordinating today's meeting. It's not a small task to pull all of this together, and for all the work that he does throughout the year. So a lot of the accomplishments that we were presenting today were because of the work that John does. But I also want to thank all of our board members as well, because we have a really active board, and all of our members who are here today too. So thank you for spending your Saturday with us. And also our presenters. We had really great presenters today. So it was a really good meeting. Again, hopefully next year we will be able to do this in person. Those were always really fun, and probably the last time I saw several people here. So, and yes, thank you, John Richter. I wanted to say congratulations to our board members that were reelected to be on the board with us for the next several years. So with that, we have an extra 10 minutes. I know some people have to go, but wanted to
Kendall?
say thanks. Yep.
Yeah, I just want to say thank you to our sponsors as well. We had probably the
Yes.
greatest support from our business members and from the Eagle for our Year and Year Begin meeting ever. And so I just want to give a special thanks to all of our sponsors for supporting GLREA and supporting this meeting. So thank you.
Yes, I knew I was going to forget something. A lot of people that helped with this meeting. So, well, I hope everybody has a great rest of your weekend and a nice holiday season. I'm going to save the chat from today and make sure that that's included in the folder link that I shared, as well as some of the other presentations as soon as I receive them. So